Hello, everybody, and welcome to another Wednesday night movie live stream with me, Playtendoguy. We've got Andy from Forgotten World Movies, as always.
Hi, guys.
As well as Mike.
Hi, guys.
And tonight we have a special guest. We have Lisa from Lisa Loves. Thank you for joining, Lisa. Right. So how have we all been doing today? Not too bad? Had a good day?
Good. Yep.
Yeah.
Won't complain.
Yep. Yeah, quite a busy and cold day, to be fair.
Yeah.
Amazing. I want to try living in Ireland. It's like 5 degrees or something.
Didn't you get snow last week or the week before?
Yeah, we've had snow for about 2 weeks in the first couple of weeks of January. So, yeah, it's cold. So I live like right up at the top, like almost on the coast. So it's freezing. Really cold.
Ooh. No, I haven't had snow down here, but I think you did, Andy, didn't you, a few weeks ago?
3 weeks ago, yeah, it started to snow. But it's been actually quite mild today. It hasn't been too bad. Yeah.
Yeah. But we're not here to talk about the weather. But hey, first question is a question for me. What was the last film you watched? Do you want to go first, Andy?
Okay, I think the last film I watched last night was Titane.
What did you think?
The only problem is I bought it on Blu-ray off Amazon, and it's a French Blu-ray, and there's no English subtitles on it.
No.
I didn't have a clue what was going on. I watched the whole film, and I just thought visually it was great, but I just didn't have a clue what was going on, no context of anything. But for what it was, I actually quite enjoyed it. I thought, visually this is really cool. But that's all I really got out of it because I didn't have any context. So I'll probably have to wait. Hopefully there'll be like a version with English subs that I can watch because I actually really did enjoy it.
It's amazing.
It's a great film.
It's so good. I had to watch it. I watched it and then it played on my mind so much I had to watch it a couple of nights later. I adored it. Loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely was it last year it came out? I think so, weren't it?
Yeah.
Very late last year. Hopefully it shouldn't be too long before it gets released over here.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've literally just spent the whole day watching films, pretty much. So yeah, I watched that Belfast. I watched what was the other one? The Tragedy of Macbeth, the new Coen brother one, and I watched that Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio. I wasn't too fussed on that one.
The Netflix one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard some mixed things about that one.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a Marmite film. Like some people seem to love it and other people seem to hate it.
Yeah. What about you, Lisa? What have you last watched?
What did I Nightmare Alley last night at the cinema, which I adored. I loved. I was expecting to like it because I loved Del Toro, but I loved it. I don't think Bradley Cooper has been as good in anything else I've seen him in. I absolutely adored it. But I'm watching Dexter through again, so that's like seriously taking away loads of like good movie time. That's what puts me off watching series repeatedly. But Dexter just finished and I love it, so I started it again.
I've never seen an episode of that, Dexter.
Oh God, it's my favorite TV show. I adore it.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of positive things about it. As for me, I watched 2 films. I watched yesterday morning. I watched Tightrope with Clint Eastwood. Really enjoyed that. Thought it was a great thriller. And last night I watched the Rocky V director's cut. And honestly, really thought it was a good version. It was more slower pace, more dramatic than like the more Hollywood theatrical version. But it was still really good and still had the same brilliant soundtrack.
Yeah, I watched that last night, and yeah, my only worry was were they going to change the soundtrack, but thankfully they kept it the same.
Oh. I think some of the parts of the music was actually the full part of the songs, weren't it?
Yeah.
That's good to see. But yeah, as it's your first time on the stream, Lisa, did you want to promote your channel to people who don't know your channel?
You don't really need to be watching that. I started off doing like movie reviews. It's moved on, or it did move on to like horrible, creepy stuff, like true crime stuff, which I haven't done in like 3 months, which is a disgrace. At the minute, I'm only doing like I review movies that I see in the cinema, so I sort of take you with me, or I do like a weekly what I've watched. But I've been really bad. I've only been putting out like one video a week, which is lazy. But by the time you watch everyone else's and you comment, it's hard to find the time. But yeah, movies is my like main love. But I've just been trying to do something a little bit different, which I hope to go back to.
That's cool. Lisa's link is in the description, as well as Mike's and Andy's, so make sure to give them all a sub.
Thank you. Cheers.
But yeah, moving on to the comments now. And first up, we have Brett from Walk On Always Believe. Looking forward to the stream, Pete. Thanks ever so much, Brett, for joining.
Yeah.
We also have Lisa, but she's also here.
I have a habit of that. I do type things while I'm on here.
Hello, Lisa, and thank you for joining.
Fancy seeing you here.
Next up, we have Sophia. Hey, guys. Hey, Lisa. Looking beautiful.
It's a good job with the camera being dark, isn't it? Which you'll probably see I wrote later on.
We have the Abomination Andy Show. Nice. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
And we've also got Matt V Movies. Good evening. Thanks for joining, Matt.
Hey, Matt.
Hi, Matt.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Paul Tams here. Hi, Paul. Why isn't the Batman inserted into my eyeballs yet? Booked the day off for work for it today. Ooh.
Is it due
When's that
out
out?
already?
It's in March, isn't it?
I thought it was March. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the first week of March, isn't it? I think it's the 4th of March.
I didn't think it was for a while.
I think there's been hordes of trailers just recently of it, trying to drum up like excitement. But don't need trailers to be excited for that film. It just sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Are you all going to go and see it like day one or the first couple of days when it comes out?
Yeah,
Maybe not day one. But I'll go see it within the first week or so. I'll probably avoid it for the first day because it'll be like shockingly busy. I like to go when it's really quiet and like have peace.
Yeah.
So there's not people eating and making noises and kicking seats. I'm old.
True.
I don't like these things.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Edward Coppock. Evening, everyone. Hope you're all well. What are your thoughts on the Wallace and Gromit return for a new film in 2024?
That's news to me. I didn't know.
Yeah,
about
they
that.
announced it the other day. I think it's like a deal with Netflix and BBC. They're going to do a new chicken run as well.
Right. Okay.
It's like
Well,
20
can't
odd
have
years
enough of that.
afterwards.
Oh, I love it. Brilliant. You can't get enough of that sort of thing. It's just, I love it. So it's good news to me. I'm like only hearing it now. I didn't know.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy? What do you think of it?
Yeah, I love Wallace and Gromit. It's because there was only like 4 shorts. It feels like something very special when a new one comes out because they don't come out that often. But I just absolutely love them. They're so entertaining. I watch them like nearly every Christmas. You know, even though they're nothing to do with Christmas, it's just like that's what I sort of associate them with. They're just very easy watches, very almost like comfort watches, I'd say.
Yeah.
Very much so. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I wasn't like a huge fan of the last short they did. I thought it was okay, but I love those the original ones from the 90s. They're great. So, I'm looking forward to see what they do with it.
Because isn't the voice of Wallace Peter Salas? He's already passed away, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So I don't know if they've announced who's going to voice him.
Well, they got someone to voice him. They did like an advert with Wallace and Gromit recently, like last year or maybe the year before, and I'm not sure who they got to do it, but the guy who did it sounded pretty much the same. So he sounded pretty good.
Yeah, it's kind of iconic. They have to try and keep that voice, don't they? When I hear Peter Salas, all I think about is Last of the Summer Wine.
Yeah.
Next up, we have the DVD and Film Bloke. Hi. Thanks for joining, mate.
Mate.
Paul says the thought of Andy just sitting watching a French mental movie with no subs has just woke me up.
Yeah.
That's why I was
There's a certain part of the film that
Yeah.
makes me laugh thinking you're watching it with no subs.
Yeah, I was like, okay, it's that type of movie. Okay, I'm gonna stick with it. But yeah, no, I did enjoy it for what I got out of it. I got something out of it, despite the fact I had no idea what was going on.
To be fair, a lot of people probably watched it in English and still didn't have a clue what was
Yeah.
going on. It's that kind of
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had to watch it. Well, I understood it, but it was like the amount of times I said while I was watching it, it's like, what the hell am I watching? What's going on? Seriously? And I'm like getting closer to the screen. It's weird, but it's awesome.
Yeah.
Definitely. Stacey's here. Hello, everyone. We watched Critters, the new batch last night. It was terrible. Is that the TV series one?
I
It's
think
a
it's
fairly
either
recent
the
one.
TV series or it's the 5th film. It's one or the other, I think.
It's the recent one, isn't it? I think it's like several different episodes in it. Yeah, but I've only ever seen the first one, and I quite like the first one. I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, because I think the new batch was I think it was like the subtitle for Gremlins 2.
It was.
Yeah. So like I always get like confused as to which Critters is which. It's really strange. Yeah.
Have you seen it, Mike?
I don't think so. I've seen. I think there was 4 Critters, like original Critters films, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I've seen all of them. My favorite one, ironically, was the last one, the one where they were in space. I don't know why. I just had a good time with that one. But yeah, I'm not too sure about this one. I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah. Have you seen any of the Critters films, Lisa?
I think I saw the first one a long, long time ago. But other than the Gremlins, I don't like little creature movies. You know, like little things eating people. I love Gremlins, but the rest, like Ghoulies, I didn't like those either. There's people in the horror community shouting right now, but just don't do it for me at all.
We have Lisa here as well, and she says, "You're too kind, Soph." We've got Roberta here. Hello, friends. Thanks for joining.
Hello.
DVD from Film Bloke says, "I recently watched the Rambo films. I love First Blood, enjoyed First Blood Part 2, but wasn't keen on Rambo 3, and actually quite enjoyed Rambo 4. Isn't there like another one as well? Last Blood? Yeah. There is.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Rambo films, Andy?
Yeah, I think the first one is immaculate. That movie's 40 years old and time hasn't dented it one little bit.
God.
It's a phenomenal movie. The second one is just pure dumb action fun. So is the third one, but it doesn't have that fun quality aspect to it. The fourth one's really quite dark and really, really violent. Like really goes to those dark places. I think the fifth one's just okay. It was all right.
Yeah.
It was fine. But the first and the fourth one for me are really good.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, pretty much the same as what Andy said. I love the first one. It's probably one of my favorite films. The second and third one. The second one's probably my least favorite. I think I like the third one a little bit more. But I think the fourth one is probably my second favorite. I actually think it's pretty good. I remember when we went to see it in the cinema, Andy, and I couldn't believe how violent it was.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Lisa?
I like all of them. It's like you say, a lot of them are like quite cheesy, just action films. But I couldn't agree more with everything Andy said about how each of the movies are. The only thing I would have added is the last one. What really took me out of it is the amount of CGI blood in it.
Yeah.
It's like, the earlier ones, everything was practical. And then in the most recent movie, just everything was CGI. And it was like, oh, God, it just spoilt it for me. But I like them. I like all of them.
Yeah.
I've seen all of them bar the new one. I like all of them. The fourth one especially was really violent. There was a certain scene in that I was like, whoa, it went there.
Yeah.
But they're all good films, but the first one is definitely the best. I keep hearing rumours that they're going to do a 6th one. Surely not.
Hopefully not. They're just going to do too many, aren't they?
Yeah.
But then again, it's like Rocky. I'll watch all of those. I love all of those as well, even though obviously some are better than others.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'll watch anything they release to do with Rocky, so probably the same if they do Rambo.
Right.
Yeah.
Soph says, dream film location to visit. For her, it would be the Psycho House. That's a really good question, Soph.
It is.
Yeah.
We're all the like grey matter is working right now. The cogs are turning. You can probably all hear it. God. Oh, I've got one. The House from Misery. Annie Wilkes's house.
Oh, yeah.
Sheldon's kept in. Either that or the Saw bathroom from the first Saw.
Ooh.
Okay.
Location. I was going to say the Black Pearl from the Pirates of the Caribbean. I always like to go on that ship.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
Mine might be a little bit generic. I'd like to go to the Hill Valley set from Back to the Future, and it was used in Gremlins as well as the town in that
Yes,
film.
it was.
It's the exact same set. Just because I kind of like it when Hollywood sort of recycles things in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd probably say there.
Can I change mine? The hotel from The Shining, the Overlook Hotel.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Oh yeah, that's a good pick. What about you, Mike?
Well, first of all, I'll just say, so you might be very jealous, but I've actually been to that Psycho house. It was on the Universal Studios lot, so yeah, I've actually seen that. But what I was going to say, very similar to what you've just said, Lisa, the Shining Hotel, but not the one from Kubrick one, the one that Stephen King actually went to and was inspired to write the novel, because they did a mini-series of The Shining in the 90s, and they used the actual hotel that he was inspired by, and I just prefer the way that hotel looks in that mini-series, and that's the one I'd love to visit.
Cool.
Oh. I've never seen that miniseries, but that's supposed to be quite good, isn't it?
I've seen it, but I didn't know that.
Most people seem to really hate it, but I actually prefer it. I love the book, and the miniseries is a better adaptation of the book. I mean, the Kubrick film is, I know it is a great film for sure, but I love that miniseries. Don't know why. But, yeah.
But wasn't Stephen King not a big fan of the film?
No. Just because it's not a very good adaptation of the book. Kubrick kind of kind of took the basic structure of the book and kind of made his own thing with it.
Yeah,
it was kind of like the same thing with Roald Dahl and Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. He hated the film and he wanted his name taken off it.
Right.
Yeah,
I can remember that.
Yeah.
Strange.
I'm learning lots of new things.
Matt says, I watched the new episode of Boba Fett today, loved it. He wasn't even in it. The Mandalorian is back.
Okay.
Well, I haven't seen an episode of Boba Fett yet, but I've seen both seasons of Mandalorian. Love it. I've heard a load of mixed things about Boba Fett. Some people seem to think it's pretty fun. Some people think it's rubbish. But I'm going to wait until it's all come out and then watch it all in one day.
Yeah.
Have any of you seen the Book of Boba Fett?
No. Like you, I think I'm going to wait until it's... I've heard pretty bad reports, so I'm going to wait until it's all out and try it all at once.
I've watched the first 2 episodes and I couldn't finish the third. I've just sort of put it on hiatus at the minute. I just wasn't in the right mindset for it. I was kind of like, this isn't really engaging me. I'll have to come back to it. So I've just sort of put a pin in it for the time being. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
No, I've not seen it. No, I still need to finish The Mandalorian. I watched the first season, but I haven't gotten around to watching the second yet. But yeah, I'm not really in a rush to watch the Boba Fett series, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Right. Soph says she's currently rewatching Waterloo Road and she's on season 5, favourite comfort show. I can remember that. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
They're bringing it back though, aren't they?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, they're bringing it back. Yeah, this is shown in BBC. It's a BBC show, isn't it?
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Set in a school. Right. We've got Stacey saying, what is your favourite line or quote from a film?
Oh,
You've got us all thinking again.
that's hard to try and keep that clean as well. Yeah.
I love the part of Misery where Annie Wilkes is staring out the window and it's raining and she says, the rain, sometimes it gives me the blues. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really disturbing, that scene, because she's not having a good day, is she, during that scene? And yeah.
It's one of my favourite movies, you can probably tell.
Yeah, it's a great
she so deserved the Oscar for that. Like, it was just stole the show.
She's my favourite actress. I love her.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
I'll go. It's not really a great quote, but the scene in question it carries so much weight. I think it's where it's from Stand By Me, where Ace is it's very quick, but it's very. I don't really want to spoil the film, but it happens towards the end of the movie where Ace is like, "Are you gonna shoot us all?" And Will Wheaton's character just replies, "No, Ace, just you." And I'm like, I just feel the weight of that. It's so.
It's a wonderful film.
Yeah. Great Stephen King adaptation is phenomenal. Yeah,
definitely. What about you, Mike?
I can't think of like any sort of specific quote, but there's a movie that I love that has quite a lot of quotes that I like, and it's a film called Falling Down with Michael Douglas.
Yeah.
There's just like certain scenes in that film where I don't know. There's like a scene where he's in like a fast food restaurant and he's complaining because he's missed breakfast, and there's a scene where he's like in this like neo-Nazis basement, and there's just like some of the to and froing with his character and other characters is like really, really good, and there's just some great quotes in that film.
Yeah. For me, I'll probably just say like in Dirty Harry, the 6 shots or 5 make my day. I just like that. That was really good.
That's a disgrace. I've never seen that movie.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Great
It feels like a true crime movie. Dirty Harry, like it feels like it could genuinely happen.
Right. I need to watch it. I tend to avoid anything westerny, but I'll maybe give it a go. I do like Clint Eastwood, but I've never seen that. Can I just add to the last one that the end bit that Samuel L. Jackson in Unbreakable, where he says they call me Mr. Glass, that whole speech at the end just gives me chills. The music behind it and everything. I adore that. I'll watch that just over and over and over. I love it.
Cool.
Yeah, great film.
I've never seen that trilogy.
Oh, dear me.
DVD from Film Bloke says, the only film in my watch pile I've got left is Spartacus. I just need to find the time and then I will jump into the rewatch of Meet the Feebles. Isn't like Spartacus like a whole afternoon?
It's a long film.
I think it's like 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Can someone tell me what Meet the Feebles is? I keep seeing this coming up everywhere and I have no idea what it is.
It's Peter Jackson's first film.
Right, okay. I thought that was bad taste. Am I got the wrong person entirely?
It's one of those. It's either his first or his second film. It's one of his very, very early movies.
Heard of that? I need educating. Somebody needs
it's for me. It wasn't great. It was just. It's worth a one-time watch. I'd say that. Like it's a weird film.
I thought it was a kids show. That shows you how much I know. Sounds like it. Meet the Feebles.
It does sound like a kids show.
The main characters are like puppets. Like.
Oh right, okay.
Like, it is like that, but it's very smutty.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, quite intriguing. I'll probably have to watch it. I think it is the DVD and film bloke that talks about it a lot on the stream,
Yeah.
isn't he?
Yeah.
Spartacus is brilliant. Oh, are we
Mm.
talking about Feebles still? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
but
But I
haven't
always,
seen Spartacus.
I always forget Spartacus is a Kubrick film. Like,
Is
I
it?
always, yeah.
Again, I should play it cool and pretend I knew these things. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't you say like it's half Kubrick
Yeah.
and half somebody else?
Yeah, it was originally directed by someone else. I can't remember who, but he got fired and they just kind of brought Stanley Kubrick on to finish it. So it's kind of the only Kubrick film that doesn't really have his stamp.
Yeah.
It feels like a typical Hollywood film that could have been
Yeah, it
directed
doesn't
by
feel
anyone.
like Kubrick at all.
Yeah. I think it's his only film where he didn't really have any creative control on it. So I think years later he kind of disowned it because it's not really his film.
Disowned it. Spartacus. Is he? Was something wrong with him?
Yeah.
I'd be all over that. Yes, I'm responsible for that.
Next up, we've got Evander from Slay Reviews. Hey guys, hey Evander.
Hey, Vanda.
Matt says, "What is your favourite genre of film?"
That's an easy one for me. Horror.
Yeah, me too. Horror.
Andy.
I like horror, but I also have a real good soft spot for drama. Like, I love it when I can just be engaged in a film and just be like, "Where's this going? What's going on?" Like, I love powerful acting in movies.
Yeah.
You know, where the actor just sort of disappears and all you're seeing is the character. Like, drama does that the best for me. Like, I think like one of my favorite movies of all time is probably 12 Angry Men, and that has some of the best acting I've ever seen. But particularly by Lee Jacob, like, he's phenomenal in that movie. It's horror and drama for me, like, absolutely.
Yeah. For me, I'll probably say horror. I used to like horror years ago, and then just stopped watching it. And then, like, since doing these streams, that people say you ain't seen this, you ain't seen that, and I finally watched it, and I'm like, I like that, and I've just been watching hordes of horror films quite recently, and yeah, definitely favorite genre. Yeah. What's this? DVD even film bloke says. So, what does it do? Well, that's the beauty of it. It doesn't do anything. I'm going to gather that's a movie quote.
Right, yeah, it must be. That's answering Stacey's question, isn't it?
Yeah,
What film is that from?
Yeah.
I know the quote, but I can't think of the film.
So what does it do? Well, that's a good, doesn't it?
Oh, it's that's a trick question. It's one of those quotes that isn't actually in a film, but everyone thinks it is. You know, like the Mandela effect.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, clever. We've got Sarah here from Popcorn Chat. Hey everyone.
Hi Sarah.
And hey Lisa.
Sarah.
Hey Sarah. I was curious to know what TV series you're most anticipated coming out this year. I'm excited for Peaky Blinders Series 6.
Oh, Jesus. I'll be awful for this because I never know what's coming out until it's actually out. I'm awful. I can't think of anything. I'll keep thinking while you're answering.
I haven't really watched much TV at all. I think the only last thing I watched on TV when it properly came out was Doctor Who, and the less said about that, the better. Well, if we get the Russell T Davies stuff this year, then probably that, but I would probably say Peaky Blinders as well, even though I've only seen like the first series in a bit.
I've never seen any of it. Would you recommend Peaky Blinders for someone that doesn't like stuff about the mafia? People have said it's like a British mafia type thing.
I've never seen it. I've never seen Peaky Blinders.
It appeals to me, but people have said I won't like it, so I've never watched it.
It is a sort of like gangster sort of thing, yeah. But I didn't mind it. But they're on the iPlayer, so you could try out one episode on that. What about you, Andy?
I don't really watch that much TV. I'm more of like a movie person, but if I'd have to pick one, probably the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, if that's coming out this year. That's really the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, the only thing I can think of, I watched the first season of it, and I thought it was all right. Like, I enjoyed most of it, but Like parts of it I didn't really like that much, but I'm interested to watch the second season of Star Trek Picard. I think that comes out in March.
Oh,
I'm just kind of interested to see where they go, because I think the first season was good, but it was only like 10 episodes, so it didn't really have enough time to really delve into too much.
what about?
Like this year? Or am I imagining that? Is there any Stranger Things coming out?
Yes, there is. Yeah,
Well,
I think
that's
it's
mine
coming out in the
then.
summertime.
Stranger
I've only ever seen like half this first series of Stranger Things. I really want to watch it, but I don't know, just never got
It's so
round to
80s, that's why I love it. It's just so nostalgic for me, because that's when I like proper got into watching TV and film, was in the 80s. I'm old. So yeah, I love Stranger Things.
We've got AJ's movie place here. Good evening, all. Good evening, AJ. Matt saying hello. We've got Ryan here saying Arrow of the Night.
Lost.
Oh. Next up, we've got Carl here.
Hey, Carl.
Evening, guys and girls. Good to
Hi,
see
Carl.
Lisa on here.
There you go.
I love Carl.
Hey,
Carl's
Carl.
Have you ever seen a more like cheery person in all your life than Carl?
Yeah.
He's always smiling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got Soph saying, me and Jason want to try and see the Batman opening night.
Yeah.
Same. Yeah.
That'd be great to see, but I bet the queues will be long.
Yeah.
My uncle keeps trying to ring me whilst I'm trying to do the stream, and I'm having to politely decline it.
You should put him on speakerphone and tell him he's broadcasting on the internet and people are listening.
He'll swear really loud.
Well, that's great. That'd be great fun.
AJ said, please stop ringing me. Watching the latest episode of Superman and Lois, Doomsday is coming. That's on like BBC on a Saturday night, isn't it? I've heard some pretty positive things about that show.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, but I think it is on its second season in America, but obviously we're like a season behind. I haven't seen anything, but I want to.
Yeah, same.
Carl saying hi, Matt. AJ saying hi, Matt. Matt says, do any of you collect steelbooks or media books? Media books are the ones with like actual like book inside them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not really. If I find a nice steelbook cheap enough, I'll pick it up, but I don't tend to buy the steelbook editions because A, they'll get dented easily, especially in the post. And I kind of prefer the artwork on like the normal Amaray cases.
Yeah.
What about you, Andy?
I've got a fair few steelbooks, but I've never gone out of my way intentionally to buy them. Like that's just the way it's been. That's like I've just ended up owning them. You know, I've accumulated this collection by accident. Is what I'm trying to say. Like I don't really go out of my way to buy them. I don't collect media books, but I either get the Amarays or the steelbooks. It's pretty much me. I'm very easy. I'm not picky.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I used to collect steelbooks like quite a few years ago, but I've kind of gone off buying them. I'm kind of slowly getting rid of them. I'm just not really into them anymore. I find like new ones a bit expensive. Like I think if it's like a 4K, if it's a 4K one, it's normally like 25 to 30 quid. And I don't know. I feel like when you get a steelbook, I feel like you should be getting more with it than just the steelbook. I always feel a bit disappointed when I get a steelbook and I open the case and all that's in there is the disc. I just feel like it just feels like it should have more in it, especially for the price. But I guess most people buy them for the art, and the art is good, depending on the steelbook. But yeah, I'm not really into buying them that much anymore.
There's some odd artwork on some of the steelbooks. I know that Nobody one was very interesting. It was just like yellow, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What about you, Lisa? Do you collect steelbooks, media books?
A disgrace as a film fan. I don't collect anything. I've moved house, I think, 13 times. And I used to have I used to manage a Blockbuster, so I used to have a massive collection of movies. But I had to keep getting rid of anything that wasn't a favourite because I moved so much. And I just don't have room. So I've never really started again, if you know what I mean, collecting stuff.
Yeah.
I'll like buy a favourite movie or something, but I don't buy media really anymore. That's disgraceful, but I don't.
Right. DVD and Film Bloke says, with the new Wallace and Gromit, it won't be the same without Peter Sallis, although the new guy doing it is improving.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the advert was. Was it for like an energy firm?
It might have been, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like, I can't remember, but I think it was an energy firm.
Yeah.
Quite a few years ago.
I remember seeing something on telly,
Yeah. I remember watching it, but I don't remember thinking like, oh, Wallace sounds different. Like he still sounded pretty good. So yeah.
Yeah. We have AJ saying, my uncle's ringing up again. Please stop ringing.
You should answer in case it's important. I'm just typical female. I'm answering it. It might be important.
It's probably just telling us what he's got for dinner. That's normally what it is. I remember he rang up about 11 o'clock one night and he was like, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, I'm having a chippy tea. Okay.
He wanted to share his excitement with someone.
AJ says, Resident Alien Season 2 starts tonight in the US. I'll be reviewing episodes weekly, no doubt. I have never heard of that series before.
Neither have I.
No? You, Andy?
Resident Alien.
Nope. Sorry.
I thought
heard of it.
it was Resident Evil for a minute. I've never
Alien
heard of
zombies.
Resident Alien.
Yeah.
I'll have to have a look online. DVD and Film Bloke says, I still need to get the Wallace and Gromit Blu-ray set. Have they released them on Blu-ray?
You can get the shorts on Blu-ray, definitely, because I've got that. I've got Yes, the Way Rabbit on DVD. I'm not sure if that has a Blu-ray, but you can definitely get the 4 shorts. Yeah.
I've got I got a DVD with like the 3 shorts on, so that's quite a few years ago now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out for that. AJ says, yes, Matt, got a new steelbook, opening up, losing this minute. The problem is with me is like steelbooks seem very expensive, like what you said, Mike, but you don't get a lot for the money. They're like £5 to £10 more than a Amaray version, and I feel like you get more for your money with an Amaray version. You'll probably get a nice slip with it or something. It'll make it look more attractive, shall I say.
Yeah. I think if you're going to sort of display them and have them propped up, then I can understand why people get them. But if you're just going to put it on your shelf like normal along with your other stuff, I don't know. Like, also, I don't really think they look that nice on the shelf, like with the rest of the stuff. Maybe that's just me, but I don't know. It's not that aesthetically pleasing on my shelf.
Matt says, who is your favourite physical media retailer? Ooh. There are many to choose from.
Just only the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be H&V, I suppose. I was going to say Sainsbury's until they stopped selling it.
We don't even have a H&V anymore where I am. It's ridiculous. You have to order everything you want online. The only place we could buy stuff was like supermarkets, but now they're stopping doing it. So we have to order pretty much everything online.
It's shocking. It seems to be like the way everything's headed now, don't it?
Yeah, I've noticed HMV have stopped selling games as well.
Oh, they stopped selling games years ago when they went into administration the first or second time.
Okay. Yes.
But but they've been trying to get back into them, but they're saying that they don't get enough profit out of them, so that's why they keep with like their like vinyls and stuff.
Yeah, because I think vinyl's keeping them afloat at the minute.
Yeah.
That's
Definitely.
what's the big thing.
Mind you, they're like, is it Japanese food? That seems to sell really well.
Mm.
Because I remember I was speaking to the manager and they say it's like vinyls, then it's like all this snacky stuff, then the gifts, and then the films.
Right.
It's,
So there's
but
nowhere else
obviously
to get all that sort of stuff. That's probably why they've sort of cornered the market in that respect.
I remember when I looked at like a box of cereals. Oh, they look nice. 15 quid a box of cereal. I'll put that back. But what about you, Mike? Where's your favourite physical media retailer?
Yeah, probably HMV or Amazon. Amazon are pretty good with the prices sometimes.
Yeah,
they're really the two big ones for me.
I also don't mind the entertainment store on eBay. That's pretty good. There's some decent deals on there.
Is that like Music Magpie?
I think it's eBay's own like physical media shop. Isn't too bad.
Yeah.
And there's like, what's it called? Rare Waves. They're pretty good, though they take forever to arrive. Any other places you use for shopping for physical media, Lisa? Online?
No. Online, it would be eBay or Amazon. Usually one or other of those two, because you get it quicker than anywhere else.
That is true.
Yeah.
AJ says he's loading up. DVD from Filmbook says, I actually really like A Matter of Loaf and Death. That's the last one, isn't it? The newest one. But my favourite is still The Wrong Trousers.
Yeah, that's my favourite one.
Yeah, I love that one.
Is that the one with the penguin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the train tracks? Yeah, I like that one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there was one where they went to the moon, wasn't it? That was the first one.
It's Grand Day Out, yeah.
Yeah. It's been years since I've seen them. Oh, great. Oh, great. Ryan says, Arrow of the Night, the videos are coming. Save me from the fright from these cheesy movies. Arrow of the Night, the intro's calling Arrow of the Night.
What on earth is that? He's laughing, I have no idea what the hell's going on. There's somebody's intro that's got something that sounds like that on it.
Yeah. He's basically done his own rip on like the Power of the Night song, but with Arrow songs.
Right, okay.
Yeah. He's actually, if you go on his channel, he's actually done his own music video for it.
Right, I shall go hunt that out after this. From the laugh, and I'm wondering what I'm in for. But yes, I shall go and search that afterwards. You know what I hate? You can't click on the chat and get the person's channel up to subscribe. You have to go
That's
search
true.
for them.
Yeah,
You have to search for them, yeah.
Sometimes they don't come up.
Nice, AJ. Looking forward to it. We have Matthew VHS Videos World and More. Hello from Australia.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Matthew. Thanks for joining the stream.
It'll be late there right now.
AJ says, I loved your latest Predator video, Matt. That was sweet looking release. Yes, it was. I did watch that. Matt says, what's your favourite label? Arrow, 101 Films, or Criterions, or whatever?
You can skip me over because I like Arrow, but that's as much as I'm aware. I know what Criterion is, what tends to be posh people, but that's as much as I know.
Yeah.
I buy a film, I don't even notice who the label is.
No, I used to be like that. I just used to look at a film, so that's cheap enough, and buy it.
Yeah, that's me.
I'll probably say Arrow. I've really gotten into the label the past year and a bit. Some great films on there, but also a lot of rubbish on there as well. But yeah, but 101 Films do some pretty decent stuff, I think. They have some nice little, is it black label stuff? Like about 15 quid with a booklet. They're pretty nice. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, probably Arrow. Yeah, I've been into them for a long time, and they're probably the ones that got me into boutique Blu-rays. So yeah, probably just Arrow.
Andy?
Yeah, I'd have to say Arrow as well. They do put out a lot of trash, but when they do put good movies out, they do, they really put the effort in, because I really do like some of the movies on that label. Also, as well, I love the fact that Arrow don't number their spines, because I hate it when labels do that. You can just sort of pick and mix and make your own collection, and all of them look great. I don't mind Criterion; they are expensive for what they are. I only really buy Criterion if that's the only way I can get the film.
Yeah.
101's great as well, but I'd have to give it out of those choices. I'd have to say Arrow. Yeah.
Matthew says, I've got all 4 Critters on VHS. That's cool.
Nice.
I once threw all my VHS collection in a skip. It makes me want to weep today. I was moving from Ireland to England, and I had to get everything I needed to get there in a car. And my VHS just got chucked before it became trendy to have VHS. And I got rid of all of them, and there were so many. It's ridiculous. Makes me want to cry.
I think all ours are in the loft, but they haven't seen the light of day for about nearly 20 years. Soph says, Lisa, poor Steve will be upset.
What did I say? God knows.
He's a critter. He's a critter.
Oh, critters!
Right. Jason's got like a stuffed critter called Steve.
Right. Okay. And saying that, I haven't seen the Critters movie since, what did they come out in the 80s sometime?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Probably I was
80s.
really, really young in the late 80s, and I saw one and I didn't like it, and I haven't watched them since. That's awful. But I haven't.
That Arrow of the Night's back again. Matt says, thanks AJ, looking forward to the new film Prey coming out later this year. Is this something to do with Predator, this Prey? I see like a poster for it.
Yeah, it looks to be, definitely. It's got the Predator silhouette in the poster, doesn't it?
What was I going to say? After the last Predator film, I'm a bit dubious. That last Predator film was, not very good at all.
I didn't even watch it.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
Yeah. Did you watch it, Mike?
Yeah. Yeah, it was okay. It wasn't anything special. But I've got to admit, this new one, Prey, because I think it's meant to be like a prequel. I think, and
right.
I don't know. I'm kind of not the biggest fan of prequels, because I like it when the original film has that mystery to it. I think that's why the first Predator film works so well, because you don't really know what the Predator is or anything like that. And I don't know, I'm not really a big fan of when they go back to the beginning to try to explain everything, but we'll see. It might be okay.
Yeah.
It does kind of feel like with Predator, Alien, and Terminator, they should just leave the franchises alone now.
Yeah.
I feel like there's not really much more they can do with those films. I feel, especially I think the Terminator films have definitely run their course. I don't know how they can make a sort of make an original idea from that franchise.
No.
Yeah. That first Predator film for me is lightning in a bottle. It worked once. I know 2 has its fans. I'm not the biggest fan of 2. But I just think that story's been told in the first movie. You can't really add or take away from it. It's really hard to sort of recapture the magic of that first one.
Yeah. I agree. Soph saying she doesn't want to hear Ryan sing again. James is here. Hi, guys. I'm at work, but I still want to say hi. Hey James, hope you're doing well, mate. AJ says Prey should be good. A lot of the Predator comics were all set on different time eras. Will it work for it and seems fresher? Hopefully so. James says we'll catch up later. Thanks ever so much, James. Hey Dudley. Matt says, yep, female Predator will be cool to see as well. I didn't know they were doing a female Predator. Ooh. Cool.
Yeah. News to me.
Yeah.
The silhouette in the poster did look female. So maybe it's following. Maybe it's his mummy. Who knows?
James says, oh, sorry. What were you saying?
Sorry, no, I just read that before you said it. Stunties.
What's your favourite 70s movie soundtrack?
Bloody hell, I don't think I know any.
It's a tough question because it's. Does he mean a soundtrack from a film that was made in the 70s, or just?
Yeah, that's what I thought he meant.
Because my first thought would be Boogie Nights, because
Yeah.
even though that came out in the 90s, it's set in the 70s, and the soundtrack is just a load of classic 70s tunes. So that would, I'd say that one, but I don't know if that's really a proper answer. Yeah,
that's a hard
I
question.
can't even think of a movie in the 70s with a good soundtrack.
I can think of plenty in the 80s, but not in the 70s.
70s.
Ooh.
I'd say probably the early John Carpenter stuff, where he just like composed his own music, like Assault on Precinct 13.
Yeah,
like that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. What about you, Lisa?
When was Halloween? When did Halloween come out?
78.
78. Yeah.
Well, there we go. That's my choice. Halloween.
Yeah.
I'll probably say that as well because the theme song is so catchy, so good.
It sticks in your head, doesn't it?
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, probably like John Carpenter stuff. The music from Jaws is great.
Oh yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I can't really think of any other 70s films. I guess like if we're talking like film scores, maybe like Star Wars as well. Just all the sort of all the classics.
That's loads you've got. I couldn't think of any of that, but they're all awful.
I can think of like certain music one-off scenes from 70s movies, but I can't think of like a whole soundtrack. Like dueling banjos from Deliverance, like that's just like that's incredible. Messed up as that movie is, I can only like really think of like one musical scene. I can't think of an entire soundtrack.
Yeah. We have Dr. Impossible, The Counterpunch, 1984, and he says Goldsmith's film scores are one of the highlights to the Rambo films. Frank Stallone singing the main theme to First Blood, It's a Long Road.
Yeah.
Paul says, I still want to go and to the New York and see the Ghostbusters fire station.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
That is a good pick.
Yeah, because the exterior was New York, but the interior was Los Angeles.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Wow.
I could write a book of what I've learned tonight that I didn't know.
They still have the Ghostbusters 2 signal in that fire station on the inside. I think they propped it up on the wall.
Cool. Awesome. Why wouldn't you? Of course you would.
Jane says, what scene in the film played on your mind after seeing it? I can think of a few in Titan or Titan, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, that's coming out of my mouth right away. All of that movie played on my mind after I watched it, so much that I had to go back and watch it 2 nights later. the scene in Texas Chainsaw Massacre where they're having dinner and the
Oh.
woman's head's over the bucket. That does
Yeah.
my head in. I was horrified when I first saw that. It's the only movie that just creeps me to the core is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That dinner scene, that just plays in my mind.
It's so dirty and grimy, that scene.
I love the movie because it makes me feel like that, and there's not many movies can are that visceral. I just love the scene, but it creeps me the hell out as well.
Yeah, the grandpa as well. It's like,
it's a thing of nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah.
Another film, recent watch, 7, the final kill and the lust kill. Jeez.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awful. Jesus.
I'd talk about this movie to death, but probably Last American Virgin, and I'm not going to talk about it anymore. But
I haven't seen that.
It's phenomenal.
I haven't seen
it.
Yeah,
I fully I recommend it. It's heartbreaking, the ending.
Right, I would put it on my list if I had it here. I'll put it on my phone. There was another one you mentioned that I had to. Oh, the Meet the Feebles. So I'll need to add those to my list. Yeah.
I'd say as well, one movie that had an ending that really stuck with me was The House of Sand and Fog. Jennifer Connelly and Ben Kingsley.
Ooh. Right, I really like her.
Yeah, the premise is I don't know if you've seen it, Mike.
No.
Sand and Fog. The premise is Jennifer Connelly is she's living in this house and she gets wrongly evicted from her house, and the house then gets sold to Ben Kingsley, who's this immigrant, and his family. They buy this house, and she's trying to get the house back because it's been wrongfully repossessed and wrongfully sold on, and it causes a massive rift between Ben Kingsley and Jennifer Connelly. And you by the end of the movie, it's how did we get here? How did we get to this point? Just some of the stuff that happens is absolutely horrific, and the movie hits you with a really, really horrible incident that happens, and you kind of how can this get any worse? And then it hits you with another one. And you're just oh my god, how did we get here? And then the movie just ends, and it's and
it just
my
leaves.
word.
It's good when they do that. I've added those to my list. I shall check that. It sounds really good. Let's check that out.
It's really good. It's not like a family movie by any means.
No, I know what you mean.
It's not like have maybe something jolly on standby afterwards, because it's it's that type of movie, like The Mist. It's like that type of hard hitting ending.
That's the ending of that. Am I sick? I love the ending of The Mist because it's so heart wrenching. I'm not going to say it in case anyone hasn't seen it, but oh my god, it was so powerful.
I love the I love the movies I've said in spite of those endings, just because they have the balls to do that and deliver on something different. And if a movie makes you feel oh my god, what have I just seen? It's doing something right.
Exactly. Totally agree.
Definitely. What about you, Mike?
There's a scene from a film I got reminded about the other day, and I just remember this scene haunted me when I first saw it. And it's a scene in Saving Private Ryan when near the end, where one of the American soldiers is fighting a German soldier in this room, and the American soldier's friend is in the other room, but he's too scared to help him. And these two fighting end up struggling with a knife, and the German soldier, he wins the battle in the end and kills him with the knife. But that scene always disturbed me so much. When I first saw it, I was probably about 12 when I first saw it, and
I can think of another film, The Boy in the Striped Pajamas.
That's
rough.
Yep.
Again, though, powerful with what they did with it to have him realize what he was putting other families through. I'll not say any more than that, but
Yeah.
Amazing movie.
Yeah. Because when I watched that movie, I didn't expect it to go that way.
Yeah, and I didn't know.
No.
I had an expectation of what I thought was going to happen, and then it just sort of turned the volume right up with my expectations, and I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah.
I'm just sat in stunned silence at the end, thinking, I can't believe they've gone there and they've done that, but they needed to. It was powerful for people to know, this sort of stuff happens. No point like glossing over it.
No.
Definitely. What? Ryan says something about going to Anwick Castle to see Hagrid. I'm completely
Maybe
confused.
one of the Harry Potters was filmed there.
I haven't got a clue. DVD Even Film Bloke says the sixth Rambo film, Rambo, we've found a bit more blood, and the seventh one is Rambo, we already ran out of blood, so we've turned to stone. Oh.
I'd watch those.
Matt says, what popcorn do you enjoy, sweet, salty, or both? I'm not a big fan of popcorn.
Both mixed up. So you don't know what you're going to get next. You see, you're on my subject now, food. I talk about this for hours. Both.
What about you, Andy?
Out of those choices, I'd say sweet, but I think my favorite's toffee.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We like the toffee popcorn.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Probably sweet, but the only problem I have with popcorn is I can just never finish it. Like if I get a bag,
you need to take me to the cinema. I'd sort that out for you.
I kind of get bored of eating it. I don't know why. It's not really one of my favorite foods. But
wish I got bored eating. Never. I eat until I make myself feel sick. There's something wrong with me. Not right. So I don't really drink. I don't take drugs. I just eat.
Yeah, I've only had popcorn like a few times, but I've never really been a big fan of it. So probably
I don't eat it at the cinema though. Weirdly, because people at the cinema eating popcorn sounds like hamsters. It's like, you know what I mean? Like a hamster like rustling about in its food dish, and it's really aggravating. I hate people making like rustling noises when I'm trying to hear a movie. So I will buy it, but I won't eat it in the cinema. I'll take it home with me. I'm weird. Or even worse, people that get hot dogs and things that stink. Then you have to sit and smell someone else's dinner. It's like, no, stop it.
Yeah. David Even Film Bloke says, always love watching videos about Clockwork Orange's filming locations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Soph says, Mike, I'm jealous. Bet it was awesome.
Oh, that'll be the Psycho House, I think.
Yeah. That thing looked awesome. I've seen like other people that went on that Universal thing, and is that where he chases you up the road and stuff? You're in like a van and he chases you, or maybe it's just in some. It looks amazing.
I'm not too sure. It was just kind of a tour around the set. Like we didn't get to go in the house. We could just kind of see it from afar.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, and the motel was there.
To Florida, and we didn't get to go to Universal. I was gutted.
Yeah, it was really bizarre because they had the house and the motel, but then right next to it was do you know the plane crash set from War of the Worlds, the Tom Cruise one? That was like right next to it, so it was just really strange, like seeing them both together.
Awesome.
That's cool. DVD from Film Bloke says, I would love to visit an abandoned location. Okay.
Yeah.
Ryan says, I'm going to regret saying this, but I'm going to review Doctor Who Flux because it's been playing on my mind for rage. I won't waste your time, Ryan. It's not very good.
Is it bad?
Very bad. Dean Film Bloke says, Kubrick pissed off many authors.
Yeah, I think he did, yeah.
Block this user. Please block it. some reason it won't block it. Just let me put it in timeout. David says this is going to be a good evening tonight. Thank you, David.
Thanks, David.
Yeah, because he's going to click on one of them links. Really unfortunate placement, David, of where them links came up.
Dr. Impossible of the Counterpunch 84 says many people have never seen Bates Motel, a TV movie with Bud Cort made in '87, a Universal spin-off to the original Psycho films. I never knew that.
I didn't.
No.
I'd
Yeah,
seen
it's
the
quite-
recent one.
Yeah, it's quite hard to find. I think they only made like a pilot episode or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, cool. DVD and Film Book says, an out of nowhere question. In Moonraker, did Dolly have braces?
No, she didn't.
That's what I thought. She
It's the
didn't,
Mandela
did she?
effect again. Everyone thinks she does, but when you watch it, she doesn't.
Yeah.
But that's the one who Jules went with near
Yeah.
the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jules'
Yeah, she
girlfriend.
didn't. Yeah, she didn't, did she?
No.
Matt V Movie says a favorite movie music composer.
The grey matter's working again. All I can think of now is Carpenter because Andy mentioned it earlier.
Hans Zimmer. Yeah, is that one?
Yeah. Hans Zimmer. I'm gonna get. Everyone would probably say John Williams, but I'd have to give a shout out to Jerry Goldsmith because I love the Star Trek movie themes, like that they used for the Next Generation TV show. But the theme from the first movie is phenomenal. I love it.
Yeah.
I can just listen to that all day.
That's a good pick. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I like John Carpenter, but I like Howard Shore. He did Lord of the Rings, and he did a lot of music for David Cronenberg films back in the early days. And I really like Ennio Morricone, who did like so many Italian films, spaghetti westerns, all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Good pick. What about you, Lisa?
I'm just going to have to go with a really basic Carpenter, but I love Hans Zimmer as well, who I'd forgotten about. But yeah, Hans Zimmer.
Yeah. Jules is here. Hey, everyone, and the gorgeous Lisa.
Hi,
Hope
Jules.
you're all having a wonderful
Hi, Jules.
stream. I'm only popping on here to say hello as I'm still not feeling well. Take care, everyone. Oh, sorry to hear that, Jules. I really hope you
you're
do
better
feel better soon.
Get well soon, Jules.
Yeah.
She had that third injection. I think she hadn't been well since. So, hopefully you're better soon.
Yeah. AJ says William and Silvestri.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
Alan Silvestri, yeah.
And Goldsmith was great too.
Yeah.
Good. David says, I bought in a charity shop Fantasia 1 and 2 on Blu-ray for £1.50. I bought both Peter Pan movies in a charity shop, both Blu-rays for £1.50. Very good deal.
Yeah.
Especially for Disney.
Disney's
Good
are
price.
hard to get your hands on.
Yeah.
In charity shops.
Definitely. But I've noticed like Disney prices in like CX have gone down quite a lot since Disney Plus.
Have they?
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says Bernard Herrmann as well.
Yeah. He did
Oh,
Psycho.
Right.
Right. Ryan is now going off to watch Frankenhooker for the first time. It's going to be a weird one, but hoping I come out live.
I like that film. Yeah.
It's a dark film.
It's pretty out there, but I do like Frankenhooker. It's all right.
Yeah. Well, I hope you enjoy it, Ryan.
Yeah.
AJ says James Horner as well.
Yeah.
Brett says Meet the Feebles is pretty much Muppets meets American Pie. I need to see this film now.
Yeah, you and me both.
Soph says, dream piece of film memorabilia you would like to own. Mine would be Andy's Batwing. Haha. Hmm.
Oh my god. Does she mean that's available to have, or if you could have anything from a movie, what would it be?
I think, like, if you could have anything from a film, whatever you want it to be. Ooh.
If it worked practically, I would love a lightsaber.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The DeLorean from Back to the
Yes, that
Future
was
would be
mine.
pretty cool.
That was in my head right now. I just pulled that right out of my head. Yes, if it worked practically, a DeLorean.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Don't know. Maybe like Proton Pack from Ghostbusters, if they worked.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a good pick. You, Lisa?
It was the DeLorean. I'm like planning to go back or forward and find out the lottery numbers, and that'll do me.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good plan. Matt says, has to be John Williams for me. So many great soundtracks he produced over the years. Yep.
Yeah.
Very good pick. We have John from Mondo Chelevec Movies here. Hey, John. Thanks for joining.
Hi, John.
Great stream last night.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan, Frankenhooker is such a great movie. Love it, mate.
It's a really nutty premise. Like, it's really...
It's very out there, I must admit.
Yeah.
It's silly, but it's pretty good.
It's on my list.
Yeah.
Edward's here, and he said, what's your thoughts on China changing Fight Club film ending so the authorities win?
Didn't know that.
No.
Didn't know that.
They should leave it alone, though.
What that is. How can you change the ending of a film? Like, how are they allowed to do that?
I have got
don't like
no
it.
idea. No.
Surely the only thing they can do if they don't like it is to just ban the film from
Well,
China.
yeah.
Because that's what they probably do anyway, is just ban it. But
Yeah.
wow. No, shouldn't be editing films or anything like that. Nope.
No.
We have Cooper's World. Afternoon, peeps.
Hello.
Thanks for joining.
Hey.
Dr. Impossible says, listen to the main title to take a hard ride. A Western made in mid-70s. Jerry Goldsmith main theme is stunning. It's on YouTube as a full score. That's cool. I'll have a look at that. David says, I bought Peter Pan, both movies, £1.50 in charity shop, and bought 3 movies, £1 Dragon on Blu-ray box set. Oh, was that the How to Train Your Dragon set and for £1? That's a good price. It's a very good price. It's amazing what you find in the charity shop. Unfortunately, I don't find nothing here.
No, those are terrible.
Brett says, one of my favourite dramas is Scent of a Woman with Al Pacino. Great acting and so powerful and touching. It's very realistic and highly recommended. Haven't seen it.
Neither have I. It's going on the list.
It's a fantastic film. Yeah. Al Pacino is brilliant in it.
Yeah, Chris O'Donnell as well. Like, you know.
Yeah.
It's got a he's only in it for a little bit. Philip Seymour Hoffman, I think, is in it as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right at the beginning. But yeah, it's a movie I didn't like the first time I watched it, but on second viewing, it's more of a character study, I think.
Yeah.
And I really got into it more on the second time. I thought it was really, really good.
Yeah.
It's Al Pacino's movie, like, hands down. He steals the show.
Yeah.
And he's just phenomenal in it. Yeah.
Oh, I definitely have to give that a watch. I've heard of it. I've heard it's really good, but never got around to watching it.
Yeah.
Right. John says, great stream here, guys. Very interesting. Well, it always is, Pete. Thanks ever so much, John. That does mean a lot.
Thanks, John.
Matt's asking John if he's recovered from the stream last night. And John says, just about, Matt. A bit frazzled this morning, but really enjoyed it. It was a great stream.
Great stream last night, yeah.
Still need to watch that. It's in my watch later list. I try to watch live streams in little bits when I can, but it's a long one, isn't it? Was last night 4 hours or something?
4.5 hours.
Yeah, 4.5 hours.
Good God.
Soph says Pete Pan quote, "Don't grow up, it's a trap," is one of her favourites.
Yeah. It's true, isn't it?
Yeah. Soph said that John's stream was great, but the trolls ruined it a bit. Yeah.
What's wrong with these people, honestly?
I know.
We've got Meg's Movies here. Hey, Meg.
Hi, Megs.
Hey, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. What is your top 5 anticipated movies for this year?
Oh, bloody hell.
That's tough.
A few of them's been delayed now.
I don't think I can think of 5. The Batman and Avatar 2.
Avatar 2 is definitely one of mine. I did a list in front of me to pick from. That one about I think it's called The Black Phone. I'm really looking forward to that.
Ethan Hawke, isn't it? That looks good.
It was put back till June, I think. I saw an advert in the cinema which said it was coming out in February, but when I got home and checked, it's been put back to June.
It was originally going to be coming out in November time. It was last year.
Oh, yeah. Right. I didn't even know about
all the reviews have been let out November last year, and I was assuming it was already out, but obviously not.
Now. That one I'm looking forward to. Can't think of anything bar Avatar, the Batman, and that.
Yeah. Are we getting Thor: Love and Thunder this year as well?
I think so.
Yeah, that's going to be in the summer.
I'm looking forward to the new Doctor Strange movie.
Yes. Yeah.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Oh god.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Isn't there a new Black Panther film coming out this year? Wakanda Forever?
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
I think there is. Yeah.
Ban me from saying I didn't know that. I'm saying it too much.
What's the other one? Is it Black Adam with The Rock?
Yes, that looks good. Yeah, that looks really good.
And there's The Flash as well, isn't there? Coming out later this year. Yeah. But I can't think of anything else but those big blockbuster superhero films.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? Can you think of any?
Yeah, I can't think of 5. I think probably the Batman. There's 2 films coming out that I'm interested in seeing, mainly because they're from directors that I really like, and they haven't made a film for quite a while. One of them is a film called Crimes for the Future by David Cronenberg. Because I don't think he's made a film in 10 years. And the other one I think it's called Black Glasses or something. It's a Dario Argento film. Because I think again he hasn't made a film for 10 years, so I'm just quite curious to see them. So I'm a big fan of both directors. I was looking forward to Mission Impossible 7, but now that's been delayed until 2023.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was going to say John Wick 4, but that's been delayed again, hasn't it?
Yeah.
For next year.
Yeah.
Oh, what about the Uncharted film?
Yeah, that's coming out in a couple of weeks' time, isn't it?
People are happy with Tom Holland, are they?
No.
Yeah.
I thought he was too young until I saw Spider-Man, and I was really impressed with him in it. I thought he was really good. I think he can pull it off.
Yeah, hopefully he can. Mark Wahlberg as Sully, though.
A lot of people aren't happy with that one.
Yeah.
I'll wait and see. Oh, is it the Northman?
Oh yeah. I want to see that.
That is filmed just up the road from where I live.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah. Game of Thrones film a lot of stuff over here, and they've got this big studio, so it was filmed there as well. So I'm extra looking forward to seeing it.
Oh, cool.
Top Gun, Maverick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I needed help.
Hopefully that doesn't get delayed as well, because that's been delayed 2 or 3 times now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Andy Berry says Archive 81 is excellent on Netflix, and The Yellow Jackets is also excellent. Goes
I heard
straight over
someone
my
say
head.
Yellow Jackets. I'm halfway through Archive 81. I've watched about half at the minute. But I need to check out Yellow Jackets because someone else mentioned that recently. I can't remember who it was.
Okay.
I've never heard of them. Are you, Mike?
No.
Their series. Archive 81's quite slow, but it's quite it's getting quite dark. But it's decent enough. I'm about halfway through.
Cool.
Yeah.
John says, I agree with Mike, as steelbooks don't get any of the collectible stuff that's in a regular release, like booklets, art cards, slips, plus they're pretty expensive.
Yeah.
I'd rather pay like that little bit extra and get like a deluxe edition with like a booklet, art cards and all that stuff. Because then you can see what you've got extra for your money. For me, steelbooks don't really seem to be worth that extra amount. If they were priced the same price as like the Amaray, then probably.
Yeah.
What's that? About the stream last night. Very epic. Totally agree. Andy says, Lisa, love the accent. Keep talking.
At least you can understand me. That's something. I had someone tell me once I needed subtitles. It's like, thanks.
What?
It was a true crime video. Someone said, if you're from America, you really struggle to understand what you're saying. You need to put subtitles on. Thank you.
John says, thanks, Earth. Yeah, got loads of moderators on, so won't happen next time. That's good. Andy says, Resident Alien is a comedy about an alien masquerading as a local police officer. Funny.
That sounds quite amusing.
It sounds interesting. I'll have to have a look online. Yeah. Soph says, Keith and John did a great job. They certainly did. Dr. Impossible says, I see the Amaray are no more. Went out of business last year, apparently.
Yeah, I think it did, yeah.
Because, like, the cases have changed, didn't they?
Yeah, they're like a sort of duller blue now. They're not as
but
vibrant.
Not as thick a plastic as well, I noticed.
Yeah.
We have the Trashed Picture Show here. Yo, guys, yo, Lisa. Golden Discs and eBay. Hey, thanks for joining.
Fellow Irish person.
Soph says, if you want cheap American, Australian, Japanese snacks, try the website American Fizz or Molly Sweet Shop.
Okay.
Yeah, have a look there.
Yeah.
Another, we had another shop. We had a shop called Gifted. They used to sell stuff like that as well. But they were like £10 for a tube of American Pringles.
I don't want to Pringle that badly.
I was like, where do you get these prices from? They had like a can of Coke, and the can of Coke was like £3.50.
Wow.
Brett says, I remember seeing an American Hershey's chocolate bar in HMV for around £5 or so, and in Home Bargains, the same one was £1, and in Heron, they're 59p.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's all the import duties on them, I think, as well.
Who's paying a £5 for a bar of chocolate? No.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous prices, but yeah, as you said, Andy, it's the import fees.
Yeah.
Right, we have the Movie Man. Hey everyone, thanks for joining.
Okay.
Can you recall a film you watched early on and were able to appreciate the visual production design of? I was somewhat young, but The Jungle Book from '94 was one of mine.
Yeah. This is the guy with the good questions. I honestly didn't start thinking about stuff like that. Like when I was younger, I just watched a movie and enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I didn't think about that side of things until I was much older. So it wouldn't be anything particularly old. I'm a very basic person. I'm trying to think. Braveheart. I absolutely
Oh, yeah.
love the scenes in that. The wedding scene in that in particular is like one of my favorite scenes in all movie history, and the battle in it as well. I just thought it was perfect. It was visually just stunning. But it's the
Yeah.
first one I can think of sitting down and looking at it and thinking, "Oh, that looks amazing."
What about you, Andy?
Oh, that's really tough. Visually, yeah, appreciate visually on production level. Oh, nah, I'm at a loss at the minute. I'll think of one in a minute, but I just it's not coming to me.
I know there was one I watched probably when I was about 10 or 11 or 12 that I really did thought was a great looking production film, and watched it recently, Dances with Wolves.
Yes, that's a beautiful movie.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike? Can you think of one?
Not really. I can't recall the first time where I was like impressed with it from a visual perspective. Maybe something like Batman Returns. I've always been a big fan of the production design of that film, and I've loved it since I was a kid. So I don't know if maybe subconsciously I appreciated it back then for all of that, or I just enjoyed the film. But today, it's a film I really appreciate from a production point of view.
That's a good pick.
Sin
Have you
City.
got a pick? Oh, Sin City. Yes, that's a good one. The black and white design.
I adore that movie.
I've just had a look around, and I'd probably say a movie that I watched. I was probably way too young to watch it, but visually, like as an adult rewatching it, I think it's stunning. Apocalypse Now.
Yes.
Just look. Yeah.
It was on my, that thing everyone did, 10
Yeah.
movies that you haven't seen that you really should have seen. That Apocalypse Now was on my list.
Yeah, I've never seen it either. We've got the Trashed Picture Show. Have the Arrow Battle Royale box set. That's cool. Is that the 4K one or the other ones they released years ago? Critters 3 was where wee little Leo got a start. Leonardo DiCaprio, weren't it?
Yeah. Apart from Critters 3, which was his first film, he's never ever done a sequel.
Has he not?
No.
Right, okay.
No. Carl says, but if a random one, have you been to Disneyland or Universal Studios? If not, which would you prefer to go to?
I would rather go to Universal because I feel like Disneyland's just going to be so expensive, and just don't really want to give them my money, if I'm honest, just because it's Disney.
Yeah. I'd probably say Universal because there'd be more of a variety. There'd be more of a variety than Disneyland.
Yeah.
I went to Disney World about 2 years ago now, maybe 3, I can't remember, in Florida. It's like a family trip, and I have to say, I adored it. I loved it. But I really wanted to go to Universal, but we couldn't afford to do both. But we're planning to go back to do Universal, so I cannot wait. Because that was like the big thing for me. I want to do Universal, but when it's between your kid wanting to do something, and the kid comes first, obviously. Yeah. So we did Disney. But it was awesome. I have to admit, I really enjoyed it. Especially Animal Kingdom's got Pandora, like all the Avatar rides and stuff. That was just out of this world. It was incredible.
Yeah.
And it was flipping expensive.
God.
What about you, Andy?
Yeah, I've been to both. I went to Universal Studios in Florida. I've been to Disneyland in Florida, and I've been to the one in Los Angeles as well. Really, really good. Really, really enjoyed both of them. When I went to Florida, though, that was in the 90s. It's probably changed a bit since then because I can imagine Disney, because Disney didn't own a lot of the stuff it owns now. Didn't own Star Wars at the time.
Galaxy's Edge is incredible.
Yeah, but I do remember going on a Star Wars ride and in one of the studios, and it was phenomenal. I remember going on the King Kong ride, the Jaws ride. Yeah, just so good, and a lot of movies I hadn't seen as well. I went to like a horror special effects thing, and I was a kid at the time. I think it must have been about 7 or 8, and they showed the scene from The Thing where the chest opens up, cuts the arms. I was horrified. Like, it was the first time you seeing it like on the big screen as well, because they were showing like special effects and how they like, can cut someone's arm and make it look like blood's coming out, and it was really, really cool stuff. But I just think I was way too young to appreciate it.
I'd love to go back.
Yeah, I'd love to go. I'd love to go back and see what it's like. It would probably be completely different now. But yeah, no, I'd recommend going to both. They're both a good time.
That's cool. DVD and Film Blog says, I still have many VHS tapes. I mostly buy cheap ones for the hell of it, saying that I've not bought one in a few years. I think I was the last generation to remember VHS.
Yeah.
I've still got all mine. That's the thing. Yeah. I've got a few. I didn't have many VHSs growing up, but I've got a few like scattered around the place. Yeah.
I remember when they came out, DVDs came out when I was working in, well, it was called Extravision, which is like the Irish version of Blockbuster, and then Blockbuster bought it over. And I remember when it went from VHS to DVD, and everybody was like, wow, this newfangled thing, this disc. It was just, everybody was blown away by it. I still remember it really clear, and people saying it's never going to take off. Yeah. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when they were about £20 a DVD.
Yeah.
First came out. Yeah.
Yes. I got a copy of Hulk, the first one, the Ang Lee one, and that's like $17.99. The price sticker's still on it.
Yeah.
Oh. The Trashed Picture Show says, Prey essentially tells the story of the Comox tribe who hunted Predator in 1700 America. Ooh.
All right, okay.
That
sounds quite interesting, actually.
I'll have to keep an eye out for that. DVD and Film Block says, most of the stuff I have on tape is kids stuff, mostly without the boxes. It shows my age. The Movie Man says, name a memorable experience, good or bad, with a film at a movie theatre. Orphan was one of mine. The audience was so shocked and scared by everything that's happening that it was really fun to watch.
I hate that. See when teenage girls start screaming at stuff. It's like, stop it. It's not, stuff that's not even scary. It's like, oh, for goodness sake. Yeah. I went with my boss once to see one of the Scream movies. I don't remember which one, and he came in he didn't wear it in, the mask, but he waited till halfway through the film and put it on and turned around to the row behind us. They were not best pleased. That was fun. I enjoyed that. The bad guy in the middle of the Scream movie. I know my favorite movie, like cinema experience. The way in America people tend to be much more animated about things, and in Britain we're much more, we don't react as much. But you'll hate this because you're all English. When I went to see Braveheart at the cinema, there's the scene when the Irish are like, they join together with the Scottish, and you don't think they're going to do it. It's the only time I've ever been to the cinema in my life where the whole cinema cheered and clapped and like just went crazy. It's the only time it's ever happened. It's like the Irish joined the Scots. So yes, that's probably one of my favorite memories.
Yeah, that's okay, because I fucking hate the English in Braveheart. They're fucking horrible.
Yeah.
It's not very correct, is it? But we were like watching it thinking, oh my God, the Irish are going to be really horrible. And we hated being represented as, and then when they like switched sides, everybody was like, yay. So yeah, that was fun.
For me, I've only been to like cinema a couple of times, but for me, obviously Spider-Man No Way Home, for obvious reasons. I won't go into spoilers. What about you, Andy?
I mean, I've been to see loads of films at the cinema, and I've had really, really bad experiences. Just with like people talking through and really annoying. Like, I went to see Wonder. That was a really bad experience because we had kids that wouldn't show up. Same with Bohemian Rhapsody. It would just the kids just wouldn't show up.
Talking through Freddie Mercury, I'd have kicked them out of the cinema.
It was a horrible experience because we had one guy stood up and like told them to shut up, and then everyone in the cinema just turned on him. He was like, "You can't speak to them like that. They're just kids." And it really got like nasty towards the end. But I was like, "Right, I'm just getting out of here because this is getting out of hand." But one of the best ones I've been to, and it was a movie I didn't have much expectations for, and it was a packed cinema, and it was just an absolute blast and an absolute treat. And I think it was opening night. I went to see it, and that was the first Avengers movie. It was just such a treat, and it was just such a great experience. Everyone was respectful, and everyone was having a great time, and it just flowed so well. Everyone was invested in the movie. There was just no talk whatsoever. It was perfect. It was a perfect cinema experience.
So who's round you can make or break it, can't it? Like their behaviour.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's the thing that puts me off with cinemas. You pay all this money to go in, and if you get one or two idiots in there to ruin it, it does ruin your experience of watching that film.
Exactly. Yeah.
Go at tea time. Go at like 5 or 6 o'clock. There's never anyone in. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Always go at like early evening.
Well, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
What about you,
I
Mike?
screened to myself the last time I went. Not a bugger in there.
Really? Well,
Yeah,
I always
completely.
thought about like going in the morning, like first showing in the morning.
Yeah, I've done that a few times.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Very good. Our cinemas don't open until like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I really miss living in England for that. The cinemas open really early, but here they don't.
Yeah. The one over here opens like about 8:30 or 9, I think, in the morning.
See,
so
I'd
it's not
be
too
in
bad.
there watching 2 or 3 films a day if that were me.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
There's a couple I remember that, like one film. It's not like the most memorable film, but Andy, you'll remember this when we went to see the Friday the 13th remake in the cinema.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I think we may have seen it like opening night or whatever,
Yeah.
but it was a really packed cinema and everyone just reacted really well to the film.
It was such a rowdy crowd, but it was like the respectful rowdy. It was kind of like, if you remember Scream 2, like when they go and see Stab, like at the beginning of the film. It was kind of like that environment, like that atmosphere. Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, so that experience kind of sticks in my mind. And then another one would be a bit more standard, but when I went to see the latest Blade Runner film in the cinema, like there wasn't really anything particularly memorable about the atmosphere, but just seeing that film on the big screen, it was just like, it's the best film I've seen on the big screen. Like it had to be seen that way, and it was just really like seeing that film that night. It still sticks in my head, like most of it. And yeah.
Good pick. Edward says, "What's your favourite Jamie Foxx film?"
Lisa Google's Jamie Foxx.
Wasn't he in Ray?
He won the Oscar for that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Ray because I really did like that film.
I might go with Collateral with Tom Cruise. That's a pretty good film.
Yeah, that's one I didn't like at first, but it's really grown on me, that movie.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it. Maybe No Way Home and Django Unchained.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Lisa?
I'd say Collateral would be mine as well.
Baby Driver as well.
Yeah, he's really good in Baby Driver.
Yeah, I like that.
Soph says favourite 70s movie soundtrack for her would be the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Yeah.
How could I forget?
That's ridiculous. Of course.
That is a good call. And John says Jaws and Grease for him.
Yes, Grease.
Oh,
People say
No,
these
no.
things. It's like, how could I not think of these things?
Yeah, yeah, it's amazing.
Saturday Night Fever.
yeah.
Yep, David says that.
I prefer that to Grease, actually.
Okay.
Matt even says the same. Bee Gees would be my pick for the 70s. Wow.
Yeah.
It's now people put it in the comments. You're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The Movie Man says, were there any anticipated films in 2021 that ultimately let you down? If so, why?
I know mine right away. And it's not one that probably most people were anticipating, but for me, it was the new Resident Evil movie because it's my favorite game franchise. I love it. And I don't like what the original movies because they just were nothing to do with the game. But when I saw the trailer, this looked so like the game. I was like, they're actually going to do it properly. And it was awful. It was terrible. So that, like, the setting was perfect. I liked the creatures. I know a lot of other people didn't. And even down to when they shot the zombies, how they moved was exactly like the game. But the story and the characters were awful. So that would be mine.
Yeah. Because they tried to merge the first two games together,
Yeah.
didn't they, to make a
They
film?
just got the characters all wrong, and the plot was just non-existent. It was crap, to be quite bluntly. I wanted to love it, but I didn't.
What about you, Andy?
Probably M. Night Shyamalan's Old.
Oh,
I'd left it quite a bit of time before seeing it, and I'd heard the reviews of it. People were saying very mixed things about it, because I think he did a really good job with Split. Like, that was a movie I really, really enjoyed, and Glass, I don't think for me sort of lived up to it. There were things about Glass I did enjoy, but I don't think it was as good as Split. And I thought maybe he's like sort of finding his feet again as a director, and Old just really proved it wrong for me. I liked the ending to it, but there were just moments when I was watching that movie and I was like, what am I supposed to be looking at here? What's supposed to be like, what's supposed to be in frame in this movie? Like, I don't really get what's going on. And I just thought overall it was just a poor execution of a really good premise. And I just didn't click with it.
What about you, Mike?
This is probably a controversial one. I didn't think it's not the worst movie I've seen this year, and but it was probably the one I was just most disappointed with, and it was probably the new Ghostbusters film.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't hate it. I did enjoy it, but yeah, I was a little bit let down with it, I have to admit.
Oh, wow.
That's fair.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet.
It was mostly fan service, wasn't it? But like being of an age to remember the original, I was just riding the wave of nostalgia all the way through.
Yeah.
So I think you can forgive a lot. I personally, and people I suppose that remember the original, I think we can forgive a lot of issues that the film probably has. I did stream about this with Geek Legion of Doom and Screen Stars, and Leo from Geek Legion of Doom kept saying things that made perfect sense, like proper criticisms, but we were like, we loved it. We're just riding the nostalgia wave. We're not like thinking about any of the downsides. So yeah, you're probably right. I think just all us oldies are just like being super nostalgic about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I didn't really hate the film. I don't know. I'd heard a lot of people say it was like really amazing, and I was hoping it was going to be, but it just wasn't quite for me. But that's just me.
For me, I suppose, is another quite controversial choice. A lot of people loved it, but when I watched it, I just thought it was like slap bang in the middle, sort of average, and that was the new Candyman film.
I didn't like it.
I didn't like it either. Yeah.
No, it's just like for 90 minutes, it kind of dragged on a bit. I just greatly preferred the original. There was some good parts to it. I definitely don't think it's a bad film. It's just like it
It's
just
an
wasn't
average
for me.
movie. Yeah. I agree with you there, definitely.
It was too political for me.
Too what? Sorry.
Political.
Yeah,
Like,
it was. It
his
was.
politics was way too at the forefront of that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt says watched Afterlife at the weekend.
Oh,
Thoroughly
yes.
enjoyed it. That's
Oh
the
my
Ricky
God.
Gervais one, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing.
I think he's talking about Ghostbusters there.
Oh, he is. I thought
Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
I was with you.
Yep. That's good, Matt. I still need to see it. I'm going to pick up on Monday when it comes out on Blu-ray and finally get to watch it. Even though it's been spoilt for me. But
Oh, no. Did it?
It's a shame.
Yeah.
I don't watch trailers anymore unless I'm in the cinema, so I never know anything going into a movie. And I will never watch people do trailer reactions because they give too much away today.
Yeah.
Trailers, way too much. So I
Yeah.
had no idea. Obviously, I'm not going to say anything. I had no idea when I went into Ghostbusters anything that was going to happen. So I was just blown away by it.
Yeah, my friend just like told me everything that happened, and just
Oh,
the other week just said, "Oh look, here's an image of it," and I'm like, "Why?"
This person's your friend because.
Yeah. The movie man says, "Is there a particular James Bond theme that stands out to you, or that you really enjoy?" I have a few, but "GoldenEye" from Tina Turner is one I often listen to. Yeah, that's a fantastic song.
That was written by Bono and the Edge.
Yeah.
Was it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
I hate James Bond, so I can't really comment. I've never seen a movie the whole way through. So
Okay.
that's also on my top 10. I like the Aha one.
Yeah. Living Daylight.
Yeah.
I like that, but other than that, I can't really comment.
What about you, Andy?
I kind of like pretty much nearly all the ones from the 80s. Like, I like Sheer Easton's For Your Eyes Only. I like Duran Duran's View to a Kill. Gladys Knight's License to Kill. Aha. Is it Rita Coolidge, All Time High from Octopussy?
Yeah, Rita Coolidge, yeah.
Yeah. It's like pretty much all the 80s ones I do enjoy. Kind of some of the ones from the 70s as well, like Lulu's Man from the Golden Gun. Wings, Live and Let Die.
Oh,
that's great.
I kind of like the Guns N' Roses cover to that as well.
I prefer that.
Yeah. It's just it has a bit more oomph to it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I kind of don't really like the more recent ones. I think out of the Craig era, I think Chris Cornell ones is the best.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's super underrated as a Bond theme. The Pierce Brosnan ones, I don't really like those. The theme ones. I thought the Madonna one was average. It wasn't great in my opinion. But the 80s ones are sort of they're the ones I gravitate to the most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think I like most of the 80s ones. I think like the film, the License to Kill one is very underrated.
Yes.
But I think one of the classic ones is the Spy Who Loved Me one, the Carly Simon. Nobody does it better. It's just even if it wasn't in a James Bond film, it's just a brilliant song. Anyway. Yeah.
I have to agree with you there. That's like my favourite James Bond theme. But I do like some of the older ones, like From Russia with Love, We Have All the Time in the World from On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and You Only Live Twice, and Tom Jones' Thunderball. I think that's quite underrated.
Yeah.
Right. Walk On, Always Believe Brett says, Part 1, how do you organise your collection? I have Asians together, then I have world cinema, then English. I alphabetize them in genre, like Asian horror films, then Asian horror films, then comedy films, then comedy TV shows, and then alphabetically in that genre. How do you categorize your films?
I just do genre. I'll like mix up. Well, I'll probably keep. I don't alphabetize. I don't have a big collection though. I'll just keep like horrors, dramas, like that sort of thing all together. I don't tend to split it into like
No.
what language it's in or what country it's from?
Andy?
Yeah, I sort of rank most of mine by year. And then I have a section where it's like my favorites that are like the go-to movies I rewatch the most.
Mm.
But other than that, everything else is by year.
That's a good system. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've got like a shelf for well, like a bookcase, I should say, for like boutique stuff. Like arrows are kind of all in one section. I feel like they kind of have to be put together.
Yeah.
I've got like sort of box sets together, and then standard Blu-rays and DVDs. They're just A to Z alphabetized.
Right. For me, I've got like all the Marvel films, superhero films, Bond films, and like Arrow films all together, and everything else is just any old fashion. There's a bit of a mess, but I do have all like the box sets all on the top shelf, and then I have just like stuff spread about all of the living room and some upstairs in the bedrooms. I'm like, I want to watch this film. Where do I find it? And I'll spend as long as the film's length looking for the film. Matt says, "Live and Let Die." What a theme song! Yeah. DVD and Film Bloke says, "I believe the set stank out through the whole of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre because it was filmed in the summer. Head with real meat all over the place." Oh.
I heard it was very unpleasant to film. Which just adds to it when you watch it, really thinking those people are having to sit there and it's disgusting.
Ooh, it is. Dr. Impossible says, "One film score from the 70s that always stands out to a film was called Fear is the Key." Roy Budd produced a brilliant jazzy symphonic score. Film had a brilliant car chase. Never heard of it.
No, I haven't either.
No.
You, Mike?
I've heard of it, but no, I've not seen it.
John says about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre set, totally disgusting. So I've heard. I would have hated to be on that set. Also, Gunnar Hansen used to be real chainsaw before it was cheaper. Whoa.
Can you imagine that these days?
Oh,
How heavy those
shocking.
things are.
Dr. Impossible says, "Roy Budd did the score to get Carter." Oh man, Kane is Carter.
Yeah.
John says, "Haha, can you imagine this happening these days? Only in the 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And DVD and Film Bloke says, "Also during the bit where Sally had her finger cut for real because the fake blood kept drying up."
Didn't know that.
No.
Whoa. Health and safety nightmare, definitely.
Yeah.
We've got Peter standing silence here, and he says popcorn gets stuck in your teeth.
It does.
Yeah.
Something to eat.
John says, "I know, it's nuts to think that all these things happened on set." Yep. Never would happen these days.
No.
We have the last game on the left. Hi, guys. Thanks
yeah.
for joining.
Right.
John says, "Totally agree with you, Lisa. When someone gets minging hot dog and the stench is everywhere." Oh.
Minging, stinking.
Minging.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like me and John have one word in common. Film. People here don't say film, we say film. So when John popped up on his channel with that t-shirt, I just all kinds of wanted it.
Yeah.
Minging. That wasn't an Irish word. There you go.
Peter says, "Isn't Ryan on the stream?" I feel ripped off. No, he's busy with Frankenhooker. Surf says, "Hey Peter, we'll ban him for terrible singing."
Yeah.
Peter says, "Probably my fault. I encouraged him." Yeah. Right. Dr. Impossible says, have you guys ever seen a Disney film called The 13th Warrior? John McTiernan was sacked from the film by Michael Crichton, author of the novels Eaters of the Dead, underrated film. Never heard of it.
Has it got Antonio Banderas in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
I've
it's
seen it, but I don't remember much about it. I remember the cover. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm the same. I've not seen it. I just remember the cover.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
No, I've not seen it. I distinctly remember seeing like adverts for it all the time when it was in the cinema, and I got the impression that it was like a really successful film. And then it was only years later when I found out that it was like a massive box office flop. And I think one of the most expensive flops of all time.
Really?
But I always had the impression that it was a really successful film just from those adverts.
Yeah. Self says Danny Elfman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Danny Elfman.
We have someone called Mia Bell. I'm here for the Australian accent. I'm confused.
Oh, it's just not me.
The Movie Man says, are there any particular film schools or themes that stand out to you? Memoirs of a Geisha is one of my favourites, with Confluent, I can't pronounce that, and The Chairman's Waltz.
And we did this one earlier, didn't we?
I think so, didn't we? I think it's just like been reworded a bit.
Yeah. Let's see, I think D Movie Man came in a bit later. I think I'd said Halloween, and I would add Braveheart to that. I love the whole soundtrack to that.
Yeah.
The last game on the left said, I watched Scram at the weekend. It's a very strange horror film. I haven't got a clue what that is.
Not heard of it.
Somebody recommended that to me once, and I haven't seen it yet.
Yep. Have you heard of it, Mike?
I'm pretty sure it's an Arrow release. I might be mistaken, but I'm sure I've seen that title like in the Arrow range.
Probably. Certainly, if it's a strange film, it certainly sounds like it will be on Arrow.
Yeah. It's about a serial killer, and I think it's a foreign movie as well. Yeah, it's German. Yeah, I think it might have been the channel Sarah of Horror that was talking about it, but it's really difficult to get. I haven't been able to get it. It's supposed to be quite brutal. It's about a serial killer.
Oh. Matt H says, I like Trent Reznor, Atticus Ross, or Michael Giacchino.
Is that like Trent Reznor from Nine Inch Nails?
Yeah.
As in soundtracks? Yeah.
Jules says, you are so lucky having Lisa on. Brilliant YouTuber, watching Gold, the new Zac Efron film. Not sure if I like it or not.
You're too kind, Jules. She's too nice to me.
I've been wanting to get you on the stream for a little while, Lisa, so it is an honour to have you on.
Bless you. I haven't heard of Gold.
No,
New Zac Efron, but Jules watches all the new movies. She's so lucky. I'm like, all of these things I want to see. Gold, I haven't heard of that one yet.
I didn't even know there was a new Zac Efron film out.
No, did I? See the things you learn on YouTube. Gold. Yeah, there we go, Zac Efron. Two men discover the biggest gold nugget ever found, and they must find a way to excavate it.
Okay.
Cool. DPD from Film Bloke says, Meet the Feebles is on YouTube for free. So is Bad Taste and Brain Dead, although I think the version of Brain Dead on YouTube is the shortened American unrated cut.
You need to see the full version of that in all its glory, don't you? But I will check out Meet the Feebles on YouTube.
It's definitely a trilogy of films I want to check out. I think like DVD from Film Bloke is always talking about them. And Brain Dead certainly sounds like an interesting film.
I love Brain Dead. It's one of my favorite zombie movies. Like it's awesome.
Is that supposed to be like one of the goriest films ever made? Yeah. It's quite funny. Is it wrong that the gorier it gets, the funnier it actually is?
Yeah. It's so absurd and it's just so silly. But it's like, wow, what am I watching?
Yeah.
I think that's probably the main reason why I watch it is just to see how gory it is.
Yeah.
You'll enjoy it. It's fun.
Yeah.
Mm. Peter says, I mostly prefer Nin to
9 Inch
Trent.
Nails.
Yeah.
9 Inch Nails to Trent Reznor's film stalls. The cover of the Immigrant Song from the Girl with the Dragon Tattoo is awesome.
I had no idea that Trent Reznor did film scores. No idea.
No.
I really like 9 Inch Nails, the band, but I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, he started doing like David Fincher's films now, like Girl with the Dragon Tattoo and Gone Girl, and yeah, I think there's a few others. Yeah,
I never knew none of this, so I'm certainly learning.
Shall look that up, Lisa.
DVD Even Film Bloke says, God, I'm going to sound so dorky. If I had the DeLorean, I would save the lost Doctor Who episodes, then kill Hitler.
Then kill Hitler. That's priorities in the order, isn't it?
Yeah.
David Beach says, what's your favourite Disney movie and Pixar movie Lisa loves?
Just me, all of us. My favourite Pixar movie is Toy Story a Pixar movie? It is, isn't it?
Yes.
But until Coco came out, and then it was Coco. And then I saw Encanto. And I know loads of people aren't liking Encanto, but I absolutely loved it. That's Disney, it's not Pixar.
Yeah.
So I'd say The Incredible Journey is Disney, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
The Incredible Journey is my favourite Disney movie, and Coco is my favourite Pixar movie.
Good picks. What was I going to say? Did you want to say yours, Andy?
I'd say Disney. I'm going to be really vanilla here and just say The Lion King. I love it. It's great. Pixar, Toy Story 2. I don't think Pixar have ever topped it, if I'm honest. I know they've come close, but for me, it's a perfect sequel.
I love Toy Story.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'd probably say Toy Story 2 as well. Is Coco? Is that the one with? Is that the Day of the Dead film?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that, so I'd probably put that up there with Disney. Yeah.
I've yet to see that one, but I've heard no end of positive things about Coco.
Yeah, I was really impressed with it. Yeah.
It's that one, and is it Moana? I watch both of them because I've heard a lot of positive things about the pair of them.
I love all the animations and stuff. I watch all of them. I'm a big child.
For me, I'll probably say my favourite Disney film is probably Lilo and Stitch. I used to love that as a kid. And Pixar film is Toy Story 2. Just love it. I think it's better than the original.
Like 2?
Yeah.
That's I've never heard people say that before.
I think it's because it delves into Woody's backstory, and it doesn't rehash the first one, which it could have easily done.
Yeah.
You could have easily had Buzz go back to thinking he's a space ranger again, and we get to actually see Buzz as a toy and be Woody's friend. And
what's the film that's coming out this year? Lightyear.
Yeah.
Going back to an earlier one. Toy Story 3, the ending. How did you deal with that? I had to leave the room.
I don't really like Toy Story 3 because it just feels like it pushes to get too much of an emotional response out of me.
It worked out of me.
Yeah.
I made an embarrassment of myself. I had to leave the room. I was audibly sobbing. It was awful.
I do think Lotso is a great villain, though. Like he's got a great backstory and motivation.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it is about 2. I kind of just love how simple it is. Yeah. But it just pretty much takes place in this one room where Woody's just discovering himself.
Yeah.
And he's arguing with himself whether to go to Japan or whether to go back to Andy.
Yeah.
It's really got some great characters in it. Just love it.
I love the first 3.
Yeah.
I think as a kid it was just a lot of fun to watch, but as an adult there's so much more you can appreciate with it, like Jessie and her backstory and that bit where they fix up Woody. That's just fantastically animated.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. Something about movies at airports as well at the end. I don't know what it
Yeah.
is. I just love that sequence where they go through and there's just bags everywhere. It's great. Yeah.
Totally agree. Mia Bell says, "Are they reading this chat?" Yeah, we are just behind, as Sophie says. I don't think we're that behind actually. But yeah. We have the movie man here saying, "Lisa, are there any specific Irish films or quality films centered around Ireland that you would recommend to others?"
This is the thing. Almost everything about Ireland tends to be centered around the Troubles, which is a bit of a pain in the bum. There's like really old ones like The Quiet Man with John Wayne. Is it John Wayne's in it?
Yeah.
Which is quite fun. Darby O'Gill and the Little People's quite fun, but they're really old. My favourite movie about here is called In the Name of the Father, but it's set in England. Is it the Guildford Four it's about? It's got Daniel Day-Lewis and Pete Postlethwaite in it.
Yeah.
And I just can't get enough people to watch that movie. I adore it. I just absolutely love it. It's the relationship between the father and son in it that completely pulls me in. It's my favourite. But most of the stuff is about the Troubles, and it gets a bit, you know what I mean? When you're from here, there's so much more about this place than that. But that's all they seem to concentrate on, unfortunately. So In the Name of the Father, check that out. Even though it is kind of about the Troubles. I'm contradicting myself. Oh, no, what's that one called? My Left Foot.
Yeah.
With Daniel Day-Lewis. That one's really good. Check that one out.
Yeah, definitely. Peter says, "I need to finally watch The Wind soon. Hans Zimmer scored it."
Haven't seen that one.
Okay.
No. What's this? Dr. Impossible says, "Put Dave Schreier into the mix with film composers, taking a Pelham 123, Return to Oz, Short Circuit, Straight Time with Dustin Hoffman, short score but quality."
Okay.
Peter says the theme for Delta Force is amazing. Yeah, that's why they constantly play it throughout the film.
Yeah, it's like as if they just play that one bit on a loop for the entire movie. Yeah.
Yeah. Peter says Frankenhooker is fun.
Yeah.
Peter says, "I watched the other film, Patty Mullen ever starred Doom Asylum to stupid film, but also fun." Yeah.
I haven't seen that one either.
Never heard of it.
DVD Even Film Bloke says, "Do you think Avatar 2 is going to be as successful as the first one because the visual effects have been topped and more people have been critical of the first one in more recent times?"
I think it will be. Purely, even if people's curiosity of going to see it, to see what it looks like, they're still paying to see it. And since you have that section in Disney now, people are just go crazy for the rides. And I think that has sort of like heightened people's desire for the whole Avatar world, for Pandora. So I'll definitely go to see it. And I think even people that are unsure will go to see it just to see if they're right or wrong. So I think it'll do well.
Yeah, I reckon it's going to be really successful. All I hear from people is that they don't get why this film's coming out. It's been too long since the first one, but I still think people are going to go see it regardless. Because, like you say, Lisa, the curiosity of it, and James Cameron just always seems to have a knack of like his films doing well. Because Titanic was predicted to be a box office failure, and it became the #1 box office of all time. And then the exact same happened with the first Avatar. So I just think it's going to happen again for him.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
Yeah, the fact that it's a new James Cameron film as well, I think that alone has got me, intrigued. Because I haven't seen Piranha 2, but out of the rest of his movies, I don't think he's made a bad one. His track record with sequels as well, Terminator 2 and Aliens, is two of the best sequels ever made. So it's got that going for it. So I hope it lives up to those standards as high as they are. Yeah, I am. It's one I'm definitely intrigued for. Like even though there's been a general buzz about this film where people just don't have any interest in seeing it or aren't bothered at all. I'm kind of intrigued in spite of that as well. Yeah.
I'm interested in it. It's the most interesting film to be excited for because you don't know what they're going to do. It's been pretty much radio silence for it, hasn't it? They haven't revealed what's going to happen in the film or anything, and it's coming out this year, isn't it? December time?
It's December, yeah.
Yeah, and because they're planning like ahead with so many sequels, obviously he's got a plan in mind. So it's going to be interesting what it's going to build up to. Is it going to be very similar, play safe with like how the original did, or is it going to go in a new, interesting direction? And with like technology coming a long way since like 2009, will it bring back 3D in a way? Will it? Well, obviously it will look astounding, but I think it will do really well. Because people will go and see it whether they're interested or not, because it's just going to be a big mystery until the trailer is revealed.
Yeah. He read it before he pressed the button.
What the fuck?
Wow.
Wow. Fuck's sake.
Oh, you know this is going to become a thing now, and anybody that didn't hear what you said earlier is going to think, "Oh dear."
No comment. The last game on the left says, I'm looking forward to Jackass Forever, Moonfall, The Black Phone, Halloween, Ends, and Uncharted this year. Oh yeah, I forgot Jackass. That's coming out pretty soon, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's Moonfall?
Is that the Roland Emmerich film?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not convinced by that one, but it's apparently, I think it's about the moon falls out of orbit and it's on a collision course with Earth or something.
Right. I will watch any disaster movie, even if it's crap. I will be there to watch it.
I just don't think I can watch any more of his films after that Independence Day film sequel. It was that's the only time I've fallen asleep in the cinema watching that film.
I fell asleep watching Matrix Resurrections a couple of months ago. However long ago it was.
Yeah. But you actually really liked it, didn't you, Mike?
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I thought it was fine. Yeah.
But like Halloween Ends, I don't know whether that'll actually be released this year. I don't think so, because they've only just started filming, haven't they?
Yeah.
I've just had enough Halloween. It's like enough already. I know that's not a popular viewpoint in the horror community. People love them, but it's like, no. I mean,
did you like Halloween Kills?
Not really. It's just like pretty average. It's just the first movie, the first Halloween movie, is just amazing. Some of the sequels, I even like the third one, even though it's nothing to do with it. I like it as a standalone movie, but it's just getting silly now for me, anyway.
Yeah.
But it's just one of those things. I just think they should have ended it when it was strong, and they're just eking out whatever they can.
Yeah, I agree. DVD from Film Bloke says, find a movie I hate but everyone else loves list that doesn't feature Avatar is near impossible.
Yeah.
It's true. Oh yeah, Jurassic World Dominion.
Yes, forgot about that one. Yep.
Yeah. Really looking forward to that one. I wasn't that keen on the previous Jurassic World, but it's certainly this has been built up to be something special indeed.
Fingers crossed.
It's open. Yeah, Trash Picture Show says that's the one I'm looking for. Lisa, we're getting Korean version of Money Heist.
I just saw that. Amazing. Money Heist is just...
is that the Netflix show?
Yeah, I can't say enough good things about it. I adore it. It's brilliant. Every
Like
character.
the masks.
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
I'm not really sure why they're releasing a Korean version. It's a Spanish show. It's amazing. If you haven't seen it, have you? Any of you seen it?
No.
Oh, it's probably the best series that's been on TV, Netflix in years. It's incredible. And then Squid Game I really liked as well. So to hear we're getting a Korean version of Money Heist, I'm definitely on board for that.
Oh, I'll have to have a look at that. Jules says Yellow Jackets is absolutely excellent. I think I have 2 episodes to see.
I knew someone had mentioned it. It was Jules. I'd heard someone say it was really good. I think it was Jules, now that I think about it.
I'll have to have a look online about that.
Hmm.
We've got Tony from Horror and Hodge here. Great stream, guys. Hey,
Hi,
Tony.
Tommy.
Peter says the awful band Bloodhound Gang referenced that film in one of the songs. There must be something wrong with Al Pacino's nose because the scent of the woman is like Rotten Tomatoes.
You have to like the Bad Touch. Come on now, Bloodhound Gang.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Last Game on the Left says the Bloodhouse Gang are a great band. Brett says, I'd never go to Disneyland. There's YouTube videos showing you the sly tricks to get you to spend. It's theft without thieving, but it's a con very dirty.
It's so it's ridiculously expensive. It took us 3 years to save up to go. It's to be honest, when you're there, it is utterly amazing. It was for us, but everything's so expensive.
I can imagine. Carlini09 says, thanks guys, great answers. We have Koshi Ichi. Hey everyone, he yells as he enters the online pub, and they all cheer that he's finally arrived.
Pub? Pub? Where's the alcohol? I seem to have Pepsi Max here.
Stacey says, sorry, I meant Critters, a new binge.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. So I was talking to Koshi Ichi. He's been to the cinema. They're chatting. We've got Tez made this. Hey guys, a bit late. Thanks for joining, Tez.
Hi, Tez.
Hi, Tez.
DVD and Film Bloke says, 2 things I hate when in a cinema: children being annoying and idiots on their phones.
Yes.
Yes.
Totally agree. And people eating noisily.
Yeah.
As someone that has a child and that has brought children to the cinema, you shouldn't tolerate it. The adults should not let them do it. So I wouldn't let my kid do it to spoil it for anyone else. They'd be weeked out the door as quick as you like. So there's no way to see people saying, oh, they're just kids. Bollocks, oh, they're just kids. Make them keep quiet. And if they can't, they shouldn't be in the cinema in the first place. I'm a horrible mother.
We've got Edward here. What's your favourite movie with Meatloaf in it?
Oh.
I can only think of 3.
I can only think of one.
Yeah.
Well,
what's the 3, Andy?
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah, that's mine.
Spice World the movie.
Oh, Jesus. Right. No.
And the 51st State with Sam Jackson and Robert Carlyle.
There's Fight Club as well.
Fight Club, yeah.
Right, okay. Fight Club then. There we go.
Yeah.
I've no recollection of who he is in it, but I love the movie.
He's Bob, isn't he? Bob with bitch tits. Yeah. That's what they call it, yeah.
Yeah. I'd probably say just Rocky Horror. I found it really odd that he was in Spice World the movie.
Yeah.
Everything about that movie was extremely odd.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Probably Rocky Horror. It's out of those 4, it's the only film I like.
You don't like Fight Club?
I hate Fight Club. I don't know why. I hate that film. I can never finish it. I know, controversial opinion, but I can never get through it. I don't know
why. What's this? Koshi Ichi says, this is Lisa Loves Us going to do a stream with Popcorn Chat talking only about handsome actors. Am I right?
That's what I said when she was on your stream, wasn't it?
I can remember that last week.
All night, yes.
Peter says, imagine Bloodhound Gang making music for a Girl with a Dragon Tattoo instead of Trent Reznor and his little sidekick, Atrocious Roche. Brett says, I've only been to the pictures 3 times. 2 are very memorable. First is Ratatouille, I saw with my grand. Second is Carrie remake. I took my ex, Olivia, kept saying, this happens next. And I'm like, yeah, tar love. Peter says, I need to see more movies with Meatloaf. Anyone seen Scavenger Hunt?
I haven't.
No,
never
not
heard of it.
Heard of it? I think it's like one of those like treasure hunt films, like Rat Race or
Right, okay.
it's a Mad Mad World or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. Koshi, and Soap's talking. We've got Gary here. Good evening, everyone. Good evening,
Hey,
Gary.
Gary.
Thanks for
Hey,
joining. Koshi says, what? Ryan's busy with his left hand.
Oh, yeah.
Go, Ryan.
This stream is certainly going somewhere
I
tonight.
need to find out who Ryan is after this.
David says, are you going to get the new Matrix movie when it comes out, and did you enjoy it?
I've not seen it yet.
I watched it. I was bored. I haven't seen the second and third one. I just watched a recap video of what happened with them, and then I watched the fourth one, which I probably shouldn't have done, but I did not like this new one. There was a couple of good bits in it, but definitely won't be picking it up.
No.
What about you, Mike?
I'll probably pick it up eventually, but I'm not in a hurry to get it. I did enjoy it for what it was, but yeah, I'm not gonna rush to get it.
Yeah. Will you get it, Andy, when it comes out?
Yeah, but probably not straight away. We'll give it some time.
Yep. Koshi Ichi says Scram is great. Certainly sounds interesting.
It's great.
York, but great.
I've been trying to get that to see. It's that's what Ryan's doing with his left hand. I've just spotted the chat.
Gary says, anyone seen the movie Doberman from 1997?
No.
Not heard of it.
No.
What's this? Peter says the English have been portrayed as super evil in pretty much every historical sort of event I've seen.
Braveheart is not very historically accurate. This is true. It's like the Irish are always depicted as violent drunks. We're not all violent drunks.
Because I hate the English in The Patriot as well.
Yeah, that's a good movie. I like that one as well.
That is. We've got Luke here. Hi, Pete and Andy. How's it going, everyone? I'm here watching the stream. Thanks for joining, Luke. Walk on Always Believe says, a little random, but Lisa, do you remember the One-Eyed Willie show? Jim, I think his name is. Do you think he'll return to YouTube showing DVDs and Blu-rays? He was great.
He's awesome. I've got him on my Facebook. I don't know if he's got any intention of coming. I'll tell him you said that. He'll love that. I don't think he's got any plans to come back. He did have a YouTube channel doing like travel stuff with his mum, but then COVID hit and they couldn't travel anywhere. So I will pass that on, and he may well come back. I don't think he's any plans, but he's an awesome guy. He's lovely.
Well, never heard of his channel before.
Yeah, he was originally called the One-Eyed Willie Show, and then I think he changed his channel name a couple of times, and then he just eventually it petered out and he stopped. But he's a lovely guy. He's called Jim.
Luke says, got my upgrade from Blu-ray to 4K today of The Greatest Showman, my favourite musical, so I can't wait to watch it in lovely 4K. It looks brilliant in 4K. I've never seen the film. I know everybody seems to love it. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah.
I don't tend to like musicals, but I did like it.
I didn't think it was as good as the majority of people were making it out to be. Like, it's still a good film. Like, it's still really enjoyable, but I think people sort of, it's one of those overhyped movies, I think, for me. It's still very good, though. It's just not as good as people are making it out to be. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
No, I've not seen it.
No. I know there was a spate where that was a film everybody used to talk about. That was a film that used to sell the best on physical. But I just never watched it, probably just because of the hype.
Yeah.
It's good. If you see me with my phone, I'm not being rude. I'm trying to search up some people in the chat to subscribe to their channels.
Yeah. Matt says The Social Network, Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Gone Girl, Before the Flood, Patriots Day, Bird Blocks, Soul, Watchmen, Waves, Mank are all by Trent Reznor and Atticus Rose. Ooh.
Atticus, that's an awesome name, isn't it? Atticus.
Atticus.
I didn't know that. And I've seen most of those movies. So I'm really surprised by that, and I need to go and educate myself and do a bit of reading and listening, clearly.
I didn't know that too. Koroshi Ichi says, I'd sign a petition for an Irish Kung Fu horror comedy action. That would certainly sell tickets.
Yeah.
If they stop drinking long enough to do any Kung Fu. Oh, dear me.
Peter says, Watchmen used loads of other music like 99 Red Balloons and other stuff.
Yeah.
I can remember that.
Yeah, that's got a great soundtrack.
My tummy's rumbling something shocking. I apologise if you can hear
it. Peter says, am I supposed to have a favourite Jamie Foxx film? Really? Django Unchained was good.
Yeah.
I was positively surprised by that. I thought it was much better than I was expecting.
There's a lot of brutal scenes in that movie as well. Like really tough stuff to watch.
I've got it, but I haven't seen it yet. DVD Film Bloke says, I'm brutally honest, Django Unchained is my least favourite Tarantino. It's a decent film, but not great.
It's fair enough.
There's a lot of awesome films to pick from, though, isn't there? With Tarantino.
Koroshi Ichi says, is Money Heist La Casa de Papel?
It is, yes.
Have you seen his Death Proof, Quentin Tarantino?
I think I have. Was that like a short? Was it like together with another movie or something? Did like two movies come at once, or was it a double feature or something?
Yeah.
Death Proof and something else. Yeah.
Planet Terror, was it?
Planet Terror.
That was it. Yeah.
Probably my least favorite Tarantino movie.
That would be mine as well.
Yeah. I still like it, but it's probably my least favorite.
I've only ever seen like one or two Tarantino films, even though I've got most of them. Yeah, Peter says, I can see where you're coming from saying that. It was just a lot more entertaining than I was expecting. It's no masterpiece. I've seen Death Proof and actually prefer it, honestly. Django bored me a bit.
Fair enough.
Brett says, I like Meatloaf in Black Dog with Patrick Swayze and Randy Travis. Great action thriller.
Haven't seen that one.
Never heard of that one. Oh.
No.
Right. Koroshi Ichi says, Lisa, what's your most watched movie or movies?
Misery. I watch it way too much. To me, it's a perfect movie. I just continually watch it. I don't know what it is about it, but I love it. So that's my most watched. I don't tend to watch other stuff a lot. I watch a movie and then I won't watch it again for a long time. I've seen Reservoir Dogs a lot and True Romance a lot, but it's definitely Misery, I think.
Right. Koroshi Ichi says, The Patriot, cannonball to the face. And Scotty Movies here, and he said hi at all. Meatloaf, yes, Meatloaf is in Wayne's World. The first
I
one.
always know about
Mm.
Yeah.
I forgot. Gotta love Wayne's World.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the guy checking the tickets.
Completely
I think,
forgot about that.
Yeah. At the that bar that Cassandra's band's playing at.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I totally forgot because I always get confused between him and Chris Farley, like in that movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure he's the guy checking the tickets.
Yeah. I checked
Always
his IMDb page, and he's been in a lot of stuff. I didn't realise he's been in so many films and TV shows over the years. Yeah. Karashi Ichi says, "Is Andy okay? He looks knackered."
He says, "I'm knackered."
Yeah.
That's why I look knackered.
I'm all right, Cor.
So says that. But he seems worse at the moment. What?
You obviously look more knackered than usual, Andy.
Yeah.
Gary says, "I couldn't get into the Watchmen TV show. I haven't seen that one yet."
No,
That was like a limited one, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
There was like only one series of it, but I like the film.
Yeah.
Oh, I love the film. Yeah.
Gary says, "I like Hateful Eight more than Django."
I haven't seen Hateful Eight yet.
I think isn't like Hateful Eight one of the lesser loved titles he's done?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, because I certainly don't hear a lot of love for that one, like other films. Let's just say.
I still really like Hateful Eight. I still think it's pretty solid. I think the second
Got a
half
great cast.
Yeah. I really like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood as well. Like,
I love that one.
yeah, it's one that really grows on me.
But I haven't seen it yet.
I only really like the end of that film, if I'm honest. Like the
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I rewatched it and I find it a little bit boring, if I'm honest. But I do really love the end. You know, when the fight scene in the house. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah. I kind of think the whole sequence with Bruce Dern. I think the first time you watch it, you really tense. Like, oh, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
And after when you watch that scene on replay, it doesn't work as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Karashi Ichi says, "I like Lisa's accent, so I will subscribe to her channel ASAP."
Thank you. I've been looking up. Loads of these people don't have YouTube channels. I can't find them. I found a few.
Yeah.
I'm looking for it. When it streams over, is the live chat still available to go into?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Right, so I can do it then.
After a few hours later, tomorrow morning, it'll be all right.
Okay. I can go in after and subscribe to people.
We've got Walk On Always Blue. Brett saying, "Misery is in my top 3. My top 3 are Scarface from 81, Cape Fear for 95, then Misery 1990.
Juliette Lewis is in Cape Fear. I love her.
So didn't like Misery.
Some people don't. It just appeals to me in a big way, and I'm not quite sure why. I think the character Annie Wilkes, I love her. She's my favorite female character in any movie. So it's a personal thing. I love it, but I get that a lot of people find it quite dull because it's all set in the same place. But I can watch it repeatedly and love it.
Yeah, because my mum does not like Misery at all. Like she's like, oh, I can't stand it because it's set in one room. It's so depressing. Because
my dad, a massive Stephen King fan. He got me into Stephen King when I was a kid, and he hates it, and he loves Stephen King.
Yeah, no, but me personally, I love Misery. I think it's great. You know, the two, you know, Kathy Bates and James Caan just work so well off each other. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best films to kind of have you on the edge of your seat. It's one of the best ever films to do it.
It does that with me, even though I've seen it hundreds of times. I still get tense with him trying to get back into his bed. The penguin being the wrong way around. Oh, what are you doing?
As well with it being a Stephen King novel and how I think most of his stuff focuses on more of the supernatural. Misery feels like something that could genuinely really happen in real life.
That's my favorite kind of movies. Even in horrors, it's stuff that could, like Texas Chainsaw sounds ridiculous, but you could have a maniac with it could happen.
Yep.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's a great movie.
Luke says, watch The Electrical Life of Lewis Wayne with Benedict Cumberbatch. Really good to very lovely story to the movie. Has anyone seen it? Never heard of it, actually.
Adding it to the list.
Yeah, I've heard of it. It was, I think Claire Foy was on Graham Norton a couple of weeks ago promoting it.
So this is the new one.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Oh, I'll have to have a look
I
at
loved
that.
him in Power of the Dog. I thought he was incredible in that. So
Oh,
Yeah, that was
that
a good film. There was a scene I wasn't expecting with a rabbit, shall we say? It really caught me off guard.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a good film, Power of the Dog.
Oh, I think I know what this Lewis Wayne one is. Isn't this one about like he's got like cats or
He
something?
paints cats, yeah.
Yes, I
Oh,
see the trailer for it.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been on
What about you,
TV
Mike?
constantly. There's no avoiding it.
You seen it, Mike?
No, I've not heard of it.
We've got Joe from Geeky Hijinks Reviewers here. Evening, everyone.
Joe.
Evening, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Date night tonight, so we'll watch this tomorrow. Always a pleasure to see Lisa, and I hope the battery on her camera hasn't run out tonight.
Every time I do a weekly roundup, my battery runs out. And I was watching Joe's today. He does it as well, and his battery ran out as well. So I was making a little joke on his comments. He's like the male me. Our opinions on everything tends to be the same. It's freaky. I'm sitting watching his reviews, and I'm nodding the whole way through. Yeah. Even little things that annoy us in movies are exactly the same.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. We've got Niles Johnson here. Misery on 4K looks stunning.
Oh, don't tempt me. I don't have a 4K player anyway. That looks like a lovely, is that a Swedish name or a Dutch name? That's a nice name.
Yeah.
Joe says, my question is, name me a movie villain whose motives you can understand.
That's a really good question.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm going to say the whole cast of, it's not a movie, it's a series, it's Money Heist, which is basically a show about a group of people that have a heist. I can't go into any detail about it, but I'm completely on their side the whole way through. And they're reasons for getting into it in the first place. So that will be mine.
Okay.
look at everyone's thinking.
What?
That is a really good question. That is probably question of the night.
Yeah, I've got one. Cobra from Dawn of the Planet of the Apes.
I love Planet of the Apes.
That's a good pick.
Yeah. Completely get where he's coming from.
John Kramer from Saw. I'm a massive Saw fan. I will admit some of the later movies are crap, but I love them all anyway. Something speaks to me about the Saw series and the whole idea of you can live if you're not supposed to die in the trap. You have a way to get out, and the whole morality of it. Everyone that's in a trap has done something really horrible that they shouldn't have done. So I get John Kramer.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I'm drawing a blank on this one.
He's too nice. That's what it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. For some reason, I'm thinking Mr. Freeze from Batman and Robin, but I can't really remember what his grand scheme is. But I feel like it's not as bad as everyone says it is. I can't really remember.
Yeah, I can't really think of them.
I'd give a shout out as well to Vulture from Homecoming.
Yes, that's a good pick.
He has good motivations.
He does have. Yeah, I agree there. Trent Reznor, lol. Joe says, also, if I could be a vegetable, I'd be a carrot.
Joe's awesome.
Yeah, we had him on the stream about a month and a bit ago. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kino Lorber 4K release of Misery. Cool. Peter says you guys should join in on Sarah of Horror's live streams a bit more. She does one late almost every Monday.
Okay, I
I
think I've seen
never,
this.
seriously never get a chance to
Yeah.
watch them.
Yeah, I have contacted her to see if we can get her on the stream in the future.
I'm sure it was her channel, her video that she recommended, that Shram that we were talking about earlier,
Yeah.
that I've like been wanting to see ever since. She's really good for really like obscure, like movies that you might not have heard of.
Yeah. I think I come by her channel by accident, or I think it was you, Andy, who recommended her.
Yeah.
And I've been watching quite a bit of her stuff. She's really good. Gary says, I have subscribed also. DVD and Film Bloke says, I love Misery. It's one of my favourite thrillers.
Yeah.
It's great.
Sophie says, Kathy Bates is a legend.
She's awesome. I love her.
DVD and Film Bloke says, Andy, your mum would hate Rear Window and Rope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Peter says Trent Reznor has been involved in film scores since Natural Born Killers, or possibly something before that. So actually before his Fincher collaborations.
I can't believe I never knew this. I love Natural Born Killers as well. How ridiculous that I didn't know that.
Gary says the old couple in Misery are great, very funny together.
Yeah.
Bet James Caan would have something to say about that. Paul Sheldon, sorry.
Yeah.
Koroshi says he has the Shout Factory release with the 2K transfer. Will upgrade to 4K at some point. That's pretty cool. Scotty says Meatloaf tells Wayne the shitty Beatles are on. Wayne asks, are they any good? Meatloaf says they suck. Wayne says, so it's not just a clever name.
Yeah. It's such a good scene. Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen Wayne's World in years.
I love those two movies.
Yeah.
They are fun. Niles is Danish.
Danish, yes, it's a lovely name.
Yes. Gary says, apart from the last two kills in 7, the killer is only getting rid of bad people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That whole Saw thing again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got to get on board with that.
Geeky Hijinks, DVD and Film Bloke says the whole 1960s Gotham Police Department force because let's be honest, Bruce Wayne wouldn't be able to get rid of the tights plus the shit in the Batcave must cost thousands.
Very good. That's a very good answer.
Brett says John Kramer is basically a good guy, getting the bad guys to suffer like they made others suffer, like Death Wish. Charles Bronson's only targets the bad guys, but Bronson is a goodie.
I've heard they're talking about doing another Saw and bringing back Kramer. I know he's dead, but I don't know if they're going to do like a, like, what is it they call it, like origin story of his character or what it is. But I read an article the other day that they're going to bring him back somehow. Not quite sure how they're going to do that, but
they'll find a way.
Yeah.
Right. Soph says Kathy Bates is awesome in American Horror Story.
She's so sadistic, and I think it's the season with the witches. Yeah, I think and it shows her like back in the 1700s or something in New Orleans, and she's just
hard.
Just
she's
torturing.
like a chameleon, that woman. She just can do anything.
Yeah, just like so many scenes of her just torturing like slaves, and so cruel.
There's a dog. Hello. If you can hear loads of noise, it's dogs.
DVD and Film Bloke says the 60s Batman is always good for a laugh. Definitely a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is.
DVD and Film Bloke says maybe Kramer's Kenny from South Park.
Yeah. Oh my god, they killed Kramer.
Koshi Ichi says, favorite oldest movie you own?
Nosferatu, 1922.
Ooh. The Bela Lugosi Dracula film, I'd say. 1930 odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
1931, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say M. I think it's from the same year, 1931. That's a movie that still holds up.
What about you, Andy? Mike?
I'd say that film as well. It's a really good film.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. Soph says, cutting off their toes. Haha, it's so evil.
Yeah.
Is this American Horror Story then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen an episode. But yeah, we are at the end of the comments. We are. So what's the time? 20 past 10. Shall we finish it up for tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah,
all right.
Yep. If you've got any more questions in the literally hordes of questions now come up.
Okay.
So if you got any questions, put it in the comments section. Koshi Ichi says, "Okay, Lisa won the YouTuber of the Yeet Award."
No, she
Year
didn't.
of the Wheel.
It's the first she heard of it. Must be another Lisa. It's none of me. Oh, King Kong. That's a good choice.
Yeah, all
Yeah.
of the 39 steps. Yeah. Pratt says the Maud Todd, 1921.
Todd? That means dead mother, does it? Der Mudet. I know Todd's death in German, and I'm trying to remember what Muda means.
Okay.
Don't know.
The Phantom Carriage. I like the title.
1921. It's a cool name.
Good night.
Good night. We're still here at the moment. Right. Luke says, I got Misery on Blu-ray a while back and watched it for the first time, and I thought it was an okay, pretty good film. Koshi Ichi says, great choices, everyone. And Soph says, for her, The Wizard of Oz.
That's an awesome movie. It's hard to watch now, though, when you sort of like know the background of, what's behind it and how she was treated and everything. It makes it quite difficult for me to watch now. But it's an awesome movie.
Yeah, and the fact that the dog was paid more than the Munchkin actors was...
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Shocking. Yeah.
I only found out, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, that The Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind were directed by the same director in the same year.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's
I only found that out like a
unbelievable.
couple of weeks ago. I was blown away. Like, how could he do two of the biggest movies ever in the same year? Like, it's like, wow. Yeah.
That's shocking.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says he's actually got an old VH copy of The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, same. I've got an old VH. I think I've got the 50th anniversary VHS. Yeah.
I don't think we've got it. It's a film I like, but after seeing it so many times on TV, I'm just like, I've seen it enough now. I don't want to see it no more.
Yeah.
My stepbrother must watch it about 20 times a year. It's like one of his favourite films.
Oh, cool.
I remember we went round there for like Christmas, like Boxing Day, and he watched it about 3 times on Boxing Day.
Oh, I couldn't be doing that. Even a film I love, I couldn't watch back to back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Right. Gary North says The Phantom Carriage is available on Criterion. Oh. I'll have to have a look at that. That does actually sound quite good. Well, the title does anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The weary deaf is what it means.
Your Muda means like tired, doesn't it, in German?
Uh,
But German slipping.
Yeah, Niles is saying the same. Soph says Grim Life Collective has a good video on Wizard of Oz. Yeah, definitely.
He's one of my favourite YouTubers. I love him so much.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of him. I need to subscribe.
He's great. he does a lot of like he goes to site locations where famous people died, and he visits
Oh, right.
he visits graveyards where people have been buried. Like he lives in Los Angeles, and he went to the cemetery where Marty Feldman, Lemmy, Carrie Fisher were all buried. He just,
Oh, right.
just went around. He has some great stuff.
That sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
I shall subscribe forthwith.
Yeah, because you were on about his channel a few weeks ago, weren't you, Andy? And then we all watched his channel. It was really good.
Yeah, because he did a couple of videos about Poltergeist, because a couple of actors from Poltergeist died while that movie was being made.
Yeah, he did.
And he did Dominique Dunn, the actress who was strangled by her ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
Did a video on that, which was incredible. Yeah, he does some really good stuff.
That sounds like my type of channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll find him.
DVD from Film Bloke says, I got a few years back to put that Munchkin rumour to rest. Somehow that video still gets views. Peter says, Playtendoguy, I'm sorry, you probably don't want that thing from 7. I'll take it back. I don't think I fucking would.
Ryan's taking it away earlier.
Yeah.
DVD from Film Bloke, I actually first saw The Wizard of Oz when I was 17 years old on that VHS.
Okay.
Cool. Scott says, did you know in Wizard of Oz there's a munchkin
that rumour
in
is,
the
then.
background? Yeah.
I never heard that before.
Yeah. They completely removed the scene and replaced it with a different take.
Was there actually a scene with that in it?
You can't really see it anymore. It's really hard to find. They just for new future releases, I think when the DVD came out, they completely replaced it with a different take.
Okay, that's weird.
I'm pretty sure in the end it was just proven to be like it wasn't what it was, and it was like just like a bird or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, there's loads of different rumors, but I've seen like an original take and what they've put in, and they're both very different. And in the background, they look really different. Like it's really hard to determine what it is.
Yeah.
I think why would you replace that if it wasn't what it was? If you know what I mean? Why go to the effort? Why go to the effort of changing that?
More there than obviously thought. Peter says, I've had enough of Avatar and I haven't even seen the first film. Koroshi Ichi says, Pete, what's your stepbrother's name? He's my new best friend from now on. He's called Chris. DVD from Film Bloke says, it was never a film I grew up with. I was more Willy Wonka.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. DVD from Film Bloke says, oh yeah, it's complete rubbish. It's a bird. It's been proven deaf, including by me ages ago. My video is very terrible, so you're not missing much if you don't want to. Soph says, Michael and Jessica from Grim Life Collective are a super cute couple.
Really looking forward to checking out this channel.
He did do a very sort of near the knuckle video about I think it was the about the fetuses, the LA fetus scandal. I think it was in the 80s. It was very difficult to watch and quite horrible with what happened. Because that was something I didn't know a single thing about.
I think I've watched a movie about that actually.
Yeah. Really grim stuff, but very interesting.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says Poltergeist is considered a cursed film along with The Exorcist, The Omen, and Superman.
Yeah.
There was a series about that called Cursed, I think, which was all about different movies that were considered, and basically they disproved it in each case. They gave proper reasons for everything, but there are some weird stuff about Poltergeist that's just a bit odd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Poltergeist seemed to have had it the worst. Like, so many people in that
Yeah.
series
Yeah.
died. Yeah.
I think it's ridiculous. They used real skeletons in that scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
Whoa.
the swimming pool. It's like, oh my god. I don't think the actress knew at the time that they were
Yeah.
real.
I just didn't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is certainly creepy.
I think because it was they were cheaper to use than
Yeah.
fake ones.
They
Yeah.
were.
Wow. Edward says, "What's your favourite VHS you owned from your childhood?"
Oh my god.
Probably Mrs. Doubtfire.
Mm.
You used to play that thing to death.
I can't think of anything.
Probably Aladdin, Lion King, or Toy Story 2.
You're making me feel really old. I was an adult when I went to the cinema to see Toy Story. I can't think of anything that I had as a kid. Probably been TV shows like Thundercats or something like that. Used to love Thundercats. And Rugrats, even though I was a little bit older when that was on. But I never really got into movies until I was like maybe 12, 13.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
Not necessarily from childhood, but I've got like a VHS of Reservoir Dogs, but it's kind of like an early example of like a boutique release, but like for a VHS, and it's got like all there's loads of goodies in it. And
Oh, I love that movie.
Yeah. So that's the only thing I can think of, really.
Talking about VHS, Jason Brett's got a good new video up about a certain VHS he picked up. Very good video.
Yeah.
Definitely well worth watching.
It'll be in my watch later list, which has got like 80 videos in it now. It's shocking. Well, I'm going to get through it.
Yeah. Surf says Grim Life Collective. That Peter's video is shocking and hard to watch. Definitely is.
Yeah.
Karashi Ichi says the Munchkin rumor is complete bullshit indeed. DVD and Film Bloke says the supposed original tape was doctored to continue the rumor. The VHS copy I have is the same as the one that claimed to have the Munchkin, and it is third. It's a paint 1986 printing. Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just getting people to buy it and watch it more, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
The tape is actually a decent condition, given it's 37 years old. Wow. Koshi Ichi says, think I'll do a video about why 28 Days Later would make for an awesome 4K release. The Blu-ray's dreadful, isn't it? It's because of how it's filmed, isn't it?
Yeah. The DVDs, you know, I don't think really going to get much better than that.
No. I knew it was bullshit. It had been proven. Walk On Always Believe says there's a really old voice recording of the German girl who got possessed or whatever on YouTube.
I did a video about that one. Is that the one that The Exorcism of Emily Rose is based on? And it was based on a German, I think she's called Annalise or something like that. And it is disturbing stuff. Really interesting story. And poor girl, it's like, whether you believe in possession or not, but what her family put her through. And she died in the end. It was awful.
Wow.
Wow. It's man boobs, isn't it? Fair enough.
What's man boobs?
I'm completely confused, Peter. Whatever you want. Surf says, I remember the first DVD we owned. I still have it. It came with the DVD. It's Cats and Dogs.
Yeah, that's a fun movie.
Yeah.
That is the one that I used to watch a lot on VHS as well.
I went to the cinema to see that.
What year was that? Like 2000, 2001?
Yeah, I think it's 2001. I think.
Yeah. Jeff Goldblum's in that,
Yeah,
isn't
Jeff Goldblum, yeah. Toby Maguire is the voice of the dog.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I've seen that in years.
Yeah. The first DVD I had was probably Lord of the Rings, Two Towers.
Okay.
Yeah. What was yours? first DVD you owned?
Jesus.
I think mine was Toy Story 2. Yeah.
First movie I bought was See No Evil, Hear No Evil, I think. But it could have been VHS rather than DVD because it's gone back a long time now. But I saw that at the cinema when I was like 13. I really shouldn't have been in the cinema watching that at 13, but I was. So I think I bought that as a teenager. That's my first one.
What about you, Mike?
I can actually remember it really well. It's a film called Eraser with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can remember distinctly picking that up because I was so excited because we finally had a a DVD player because I think we were quite late to upgrade. So yeah.
James is finished, guys.
Just finished
That's great too. That's
Good stuff.
Dudley.
Dudley House. Yeah. Karshaichi says, is that the Annalise,
Michelle
the girl
is.
Michelle, the girl who experience was the inspiration for The Exorcist of Emily Rose? Yeah. What we
It
talked
is
about
indeed.
earlier. Surf says, I was very brave and watched 28 Days Later, while parts of it, she doesn't like zombies too much.
I like the fast zombies. I'm probably in the minority, but I like fast zombies. They're scarier.
Yeah, I kind of do agree. James says, have any of you seen Angela's Ashes?
That's an Irish movie. Yeah.
Never
No,
heard
very
of it.
sad.
It's Robert Carlyle, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
It's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. It's
No.
a drama, but it's quite harsh. It's quite harrowing stuff. It's good. I liked it.
No. I'll have to have a look at it. Yes, it is. DVD from Film Bloke says, in contrast, most of the stuff I have on VHS when I was little, things like Pop the Builder and Thomas the Tank Engine, when it was all done with models. Yeah, I'm sure there's probably a load of them upstairs in the loft, and tweenies. Soph says, Dudley, I have that on DVD, but yet to watch it. DVD from Film Bloke says, I'm both too old and too young at the same time, while I'm turning 22 in March.
22. Leave the room. Oh, God. People's in their 20s saying they feel old.
Well, I feel old and I'm 25.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You're not old, Pete.
No.
No.
Soph says, I turned 27 this year and I feel old. My bones ache.
Oh, dear God. Somebody come in here that's the same age as me or older. No chance. Come back, John, from Mondo Chelovic, please.
Brett says, I believe in possessions and stuff, but I won't listen to that recording. We never know what we're dealing with. Know what I mean?
It's scary. It is. Really. I put it in when I did I was trying to do like a series of, and I need to continue it, films that were based on real things.
Yeah.
And I did a video about that. And I included the recording in it. It's disturbing stuff. Because it's like, how do these people know Latin that have never like spoken Latin before in their life? And it's proven to be Latin. It's weird.
Yeah.
Karshaichi thought the DVD from Film Bloke was much older.
Well, it would be worse if he was on camera and he said that. He just from his taste in movies, maybe.
Gary says the first DVD I bought was Blade from Woolworths. Whoa, Woolworths.
Oh,
I got on VHS.
DVD from Film Bloke says, I don't remember what my first DVD was. I was way too young. And James says DVDs were the same price as 4Ks when they first come out. Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, I should be moaning on Twitter and watching Netflix, but I'm not. Brilliant. Karashaichi, my first DVD was...
Have a go at that.
Sudoku. I'm just going to say Sudoku Legends of the Overfiend Uncut. And then I put it on by accident with the family in the room.
What the-
I'm going,
I can imagine.
I can imagine that doesn't sound that great. Well,
Urotsuki Doki.
Peter says, I'm not going to complain about how many Swedish people are portrayed in films.
How are Swedish people portrayed in films? I'm trying to think of any. I honestly, my mind's going blank.
No.
My favourite band are Swedish, so I love Swedish people.
DVD. What?
Backyard Babies.
Oh, I don't know.
I thought you were going to say ABBA.
No,
Yeah.
please, no. Ever since Freddie died, that's my favourite alive band.
Yeah.
I was thinking Opeth.
Peth? I've never heard of them.
Opeth.
Opeth.
I've never heard of them.
Swedish death metal band.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, Opus!
Yeah.
Yes, right, I know
Yeah.
where you're at now. Yes.
Oh. DVD and Film Bloke says, even though I've never seen 28 Days Later, Fast Zombies, I think, work better.
Okay.
They do for me, because the thought that they can catch me scares the life out of me.
Well, yeah. In most zombie films, they walk like drunks. In them films, they chase after you like athletes.
They're catching me, aren't they? That's it. I'm screwed.
Yeah. So Soph says, I also have a film called Magdalene Sisters on
Yes.
DVD. Still not watched that.
That's one about nuns. I'm sure
Yeah.
it is. Or is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. I think it's about 2002. It's
I've
just
heard
about
of it.
yeah.
Our school used to be a convent, so I was taught by quite a few nuns. Jesus Christ. They can be cruel individuals
Yeah.
back in the day.
Yeah.
Peter says someone should make a movie and called And Then COVID Hit.
Yeah.
Soph says, I know, in 28 Days Later, they're not zombies, but it was still scary.
I call them zombies. I don't care. To me, they're flipping zombies.
Soph says, Lisa, I think you're in your early 30s.
No. You can add 10 years to that. I haven't said any more than that. It's got a 4 at the start. It's not good.
We've got Rob here from Rob Affects Bounty. Hey, everyone. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Rob.
Peter says, I prefer Playtendoguy's way of saying atrocious. What?
Atrocious.
Atrocious. Rob says, Mortal Kombat 2 green lit today. Happy Bounty. Yeah, glad to hear it's finally getting a sequel. But I thought it got announced a while ago because I know it did quite well, didn't it?
I liked it. A lot of people didn't like that. I did. I thought it was good.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I still kind of preferred the 90s one a bit, but still
Was
good
that
to
not
have more.
Kylie Minogue?
No, that's Street Fight.
Oh, Christ, right, okay. I was thinking, no.
Yeah. Did you like the Mortal Kombat film, Mike?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I think, like you, I prefer the 90s one, but I thought this new one was a good start because I think it feels like, it's more like set up than anything else. So,
yeah. It was a Mortal Kombat film without a Mortal Kombat tournament.
So hopefully we'll see that in the next one.
Yeah. DVD and Film Bloke says, Rambo continuing to get more blood out of the stone, then COVID hit.
Oh, let's
go. David said, what is your best collection you own?
A movie one? That's really hard to answer that, actually.
Someone's got a lawnmower outside. What?
No, at 10:30 at night.
Someone's got a lawnmower outside. I can hear it going in the garden next door.
I don't have any collections. Well, I do, but they're all TV series. The Dexter one I've got. Well, I'm going to have to buy a new one when the new season comes out. But Medium and Dexter are the only Breaking Bad. I tend to have like collections of like TV shows, but I don't have any like movie collections. I don't think, apart from Saw.
What about you, Mike?
Probably the I got the Clint Eastwood signature box set. It's like a big white Blu-ray.
Is that
box set.
£200 one?
Yeah, yeah. I got it.
Oh.
I got it for like 150 because I got it on Amazon Prime Day, and yeah, that's actually a really really nice collection. It's so heavy, like the heaviest box set I own. But yeah, it's really really nice. Yeah,
It's always directed films as well, isn't it?
it's literally every film he's been involved in since spaghetti westerns. Yeah, so
That must be
everything.
massive.
Yeah. There's like, God, there's a lot of films in it. I'm not even too sure.
It must be about like 50 or 60 discs.
I think it's about 60 films.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So worth it then.
Definitely worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, I'll probably just say James Bond collection because I've got them all separately and I quite like all the artwork. But I do like some of the Arrow collections I've got as well. Karashi Ichi says another movie you should not put on with family attending is the uncut version of Caligula. What is the matter with my pronunciations tonight? I think it's because I've got a real bad sore throat. However, maybe you should for a good laugh.
I've never seen that.
I
can tell by Andy's face.
Yeah. My word, that film.
Is it bad? I'm gonna look it up now.
Yeah, it's not one. It's definitely not one to watch with the family. Let's say that.
No.
1979.
Yeah, I think Malcolm McDowell and Helen Mirren are in it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's literally it's there's not much difference between that movie and porn. If I'm honest, it's really graphic. Like it's there's no filter on that movie at all when it comes to what it shows you.
Severe. Yes, the warnings on IMDb severe.
Yeah, like severe is putting it
mildly,
lightly. Yeah, it's
you don't want to be watching family, do you?
It's very unapologetic as well about what it shows you with its nudity. And
it says the childbirth scene where whatever her name is gives birth is actually a real one, which was
I think so. Yeah.
Taken from 3 different pregnant women and edited together, so you get to see real childbirth. That's delightful, isn't it?
Yeah. It's another one of those movies that's like 3 hours long as well.
Right.
But yeah, I don't think we'll be finding it on Disney Plus anytime soon. Yeah. I went into that film not knowing much about it at all.
Who did you go watch it with, or did you see?
I got the DVD of it.
Right.
So I watched it on my own, and I was like, oh, yeah, this wasn't what I expected. But yeah, I think it was because like I was a big sort of fan of Clockwork Orange and Malcolm McDowell. Like I like a lot of his sort of 60s and 70s movies. And that just it wasn't what I expected at all. Yeah.
Obviously now we want to see it to see what.
Yeah. It's one of those movies where it's like I have to see it, I want to see it, and then as soon as you're done watching it, you're like, why did I bother?
Like a Serbian film.
Yeah.
Gary says I've spent hours playing Call of Duty Zombies, so I'm ready for the outbreak. Soph says, well, Lisa, you look great for your age.
Thank you. I'm old.
David Even Film Bloke says, are the zombies in Brain Dead technically zombies since they aren't already dead? They become zombies when they're bitten by that rat monkey.
Yeah. But I assume that the rat monkey bite kills you and brings you back. That's just my assumption.
Yeah.
This film is just sounding weirder and more interesting by the second.
Yeah, give it a watch, Pete. I think you'll love it.
Yeah. Soph says, I could not make it for an episode of The Walking Dead. I was like, nope.
Yeah.
Bravo Effect Bounty says, remember you don't talk about Bruno.
I'm not saying for you.
Kosha Ichi says, shoot the fucker outside.
Bringing a bit of Northern Irish charm into the thing. They would do that here. Well, they actually call it kneecapping.
Yeah.
Dear me.
Oh. I was not expecting that. That escalated quite quickly. Actually, he's stopped now. He's stopped now.
Probably saw that.
He's probably watching the stream and saw that and went, "Oh, that's probably lawnmower away."
Yeah. John says, "Yeah, Lisa, I'm probably the oldest one. About the Debs and me have just watched the latest episode of Boba Fett. Very enjoyable."
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, no, John and me are probably a similar age. That's why I said John.
Dr. Impossible says, Invasion of the Lawnmower Man. Flymo needs a plot slide.
Oh, dear.
Soph says, John, you look great for 103. Oh.
Oh, so.
We got Danny here from This Is My Life. Hello, mate. Hey, Danny, you alright?
Hi, Danny.
John says, hey, Soph, I'm only 102. Kosha Ichi says, Andy, watch porn.
And I got it wrong twice.
Yeah, so good. He put it twice. Soph says, okay, you look great for 102. Kosha Ichi says, already like Andy, but now I adore him even more. Cheers, Soph. That's more like it. Did even Film Bloke says, is there anyone here who's younger than me? Once again, I'm turning 22 in March. Well, if Ryan was here, he'd probably be the youngest because he's about 21.
Yeah.
Somebody's just asked who's the youngest. Well, 22 at the minute, unless anyone can beat it.
No.
Yeah. And we've got Gary, who's 45.
I'm glad I'm not on my own with a 4 at the front.
So we're at the end of the comments now. If you got any more questions or comments, quickly put them in. But yeah, it's gone from movies to finding out how old we are, and also a bloke with a lawnmower outside. Been a strange night.
You left out the best. We were going off with a strap on from 7, and we're all going to go watch curriculum.
Yeah.
16.
What?
Sorry, someone's 16.
Danny's 16. Whoa. I didn't know that. Wow. Dr. Impossible's 49. Congratulations, Danny. You win the award for being the youngest person. And DVD and Film Bloke is still 21. This Is My Life. No, lol. Oh.
Luke is 28. Yeah.
Luke is 28. But
Isn't it awesome that such a wide range of ages, all talking about movies? It's awesome.
Yeah. I'm 31.
We've got all the decades here.
Damn, I no longer feel young. John says I'll get a bit missed up on the catch up, and this was a very fun stream to watch. Thanks ever so much, John. Right. Edward says, what's your thoughts on the Ice Age, The Adventures of Buck Wild? Will you be watching it when it comes to Disney Plus? Probably not. I think I'm done with the Ice Age franchise now. It was done after 3, I think. What about you, Andy?
No, I won't be watching it.
No, me neither.
No.
Mike?
No. I was never really the biggest fan of the Ice Age films. I don't think I've actually seen any of them fully all the way through.
I think the only thing of the Ice Age films I actually like was that thing with the acorns, Scrat, was it?
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
my
it was about
favorite.
it.
Yeah.
Koroshi Ichi says, "This is my life, get the fuck out." I have a secret age. Okay.
Not want to tell us it's a secret.
Jason is 106. And John is 54.
No way. Well, that surprised me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that surprised me. Niles is 48.
Yes.
This is my life, Danny says. What about Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness? Yeah, looking forward to it. Looks like it's going to be a great film.
We are.
Sam Raimi back directing. Should be good.
Yeah.
A lot of rumours going about. Looks like a very exciting film. Koroshi Ichi's 34. And Gary North says, "What's your favourite movie from the decade you were born?"
Oh, God.
Well, I'm not going to say 7 now. Oh,
I'm terrible at knowing the release dates of movies. Really bad. So American Werewolf in London was the 80s, wasn't it?
Yes.
Right, well, I can't say that then. I'm going to have to say Texas Chainsaw Massacre because I was born in the 70s.
Okay.
yeah.
Probably maybe Edward Scissorhands for me.
Yeah.
Love that film.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
It's a film I mentioned earlier. It's a film called Falling Down.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Yeah. Ooh. Gremlins 2's 90s, isn't it?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
1990.
I think it all just gets in, yeah.
Yeah, I'll say that. Yeah, it's like early 90s, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew what Soph was going to put, Titanic. And John says, yes, why?
Mm-hmm.
Danny says, who has the most steelbooks?
That's not me.
I think I have about 10, shall I say. I've got more video game steelbooks. I think I've got about 40 or 50 of them. But films, about 10. What about you, Andy?
I think I've probably got about 30 or 40, somewhere between that. Not that many.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
I think I've got about the same as that.
Yeah. Niles says The Exorcist.
That's a good choice.
Yeah. John says The Fearless Vampire Killers for me.
Haven't heard of
67.
that one.
No, I haven't.
No, I've not.
DVD and Film Book says, I'm not sure. Movies started to become crap by the 2000s, so I guess No Country for Old Men and American Psycho.
Great ones.
Choices.
Yeah. Soph says, or maybe Scream for no reason. And Bro Seb says, I'm trans young, currently 38, but should be 30 by June. I'll go by young, brilliant, and handsome. Gary says, mine's The Shining. That's cool.
Excellent choice.
Yeah. DVD from Film Bloke says, actually, American Psycho came out the year I was born. Impressive.
Yeah.
Koshi Ichi says, Blade Runner. And Dr. Impossible says, There Will Be Blood. What a great film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not a bad one mentioned yet.
No.
This Is My Life. I have watched these films, Hot Rod, The Promotion, Grand Theft Auto, and Office Space.
I don't think I've seen any of those.
I've seen Hot Rod and I've seen Office Space.
Office Space is ringing a bell. I'm not entirely sure why.
Promotion is ringing a bell to me.
Judge Hirsch movie? No, what's his name? I can't remember. His name's gone. But yeah, it's got Jennifer Aniston in it. It's quite a good movie.
Oh yes, I have seen it. It's the one with him that used to do Midnight Caller, Gary Cole. Yeah, I watched it very recently. Actually, John was talking about it on his channel, and I watched it really recently. I liked it. It was good.
Yeah.
Oh. What about you, Mike? Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say Hot Rod's the one with Andy Samberg.
Oh.
It's like a guy who's like trying to be stunt man.
Right.
It's one of those like comedies, but it's pretty good. I like it.
I have to check some of these out.
Right,
What about you, Mike? You've seen any of them?
I've seen Grand Theft Auto. I remember I had that on DVD. I think I remember buying it because I thought it was related to the games, but it's just like some 70s movie with Ron Howard. And I don't remember it being very good.
That's the time period you were born. Just fancy putting that one in. DVD Even Film Bloke says, I forgot Hot Fuzz and Inglorious Bastards. Hot Fuzz is great, but I haven't seen Inglorious Bastards yet.
That's a good one. You need to check that one out.
Yeah.
I do have it. Still sealed. Like most of my collections, still sealed. But yeah, if you got any more comments or questions, remember to put them in the comment section. Koroshi Ichi says Dr. Impossible. I agree, it's an amazing film. Definitely. Right, we're at the end of the comments now. We've got 18 people watching, so if you want to quickly put your final questions, comments in, now's the time. But yeah, it's been a great stream tonight. I've had a lot of fun. Thanks ever so much for coming on, Lisa. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
Yep. And Danny says, your thoughts on Doctor Who Season 13 as a collector? I'm picking it up. I'll pick it up and put it in the bin. That's what I'll do.
I have never seen a full series of Doctor Who in my life. I watched it a little bit as a kid, but I haven't watched it as an adult. Just never really got into it.
Like the late 2000s, Christopher Eccleston, David Tennant era, that is some real good stuff. But the series has gone downhill quite a fair bit. Now it's rock bottom. But yeah. You didn't watch Season 13, Andy and Mike, did you?
No.
No. Same as Lisa. I never really watched Doctor Who. I never really grew up on it.
No. DVD from Bloke says, if that's the end, then good night. Well, we're still going just yet. But yes, we've actually got 19 people still watching, which is quite surprising.
That's really good, yeah.
11 o'clock at night.
Lisa's Googling British movies.
Niall says, what's your favourite British film? And you cannot name any Bond film. Ooh.
My favourite British film is probably The Full Monty.
I was thinking The Full Monty. Yeah, that's a good film.
Trainspotting, I love.
Yeah, that's great.
And what's the one? There was another one with Ian McGregor in before Trainspotting, Shallow Grave.
Shallow Grave, yeah.
Still looking. There are ones off the top of my head. This Is England.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. I actually quite like Rita, Sue and Bob too, even though that movie would never be made today.
Yes, I remember those.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised some of the movies that you guys mentioned with your age. Really stuff that even would be old for me. That you guys have seen it. It's awesome. what a wide sort of like range of stuff you watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I prefer older movies to newer movies, if I'm honest.
Mm. Yeah.
I'm going through a binge on pronounce it for us, Mike. Bong Joon.
Oh, is it
Bong Joon-ho.
I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced. I'm assuming. Yeah.
I'd only seen a couple, and I watched a video of Mike's where he like rated them or like in his of what he liked, and I've been trying to get my hands on all of them, and I'm loving everything I see so far. It's awesome. Not that that's anything to do with British movies, but that's what I'm like watching at the minute.
Yeah. Oh, I
Um,
think it's another one.
some Ken Loach stuff as well is really good. Like I, Daniel Blake. That's a really good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good film.
Kez.
Yes. Sorry, that's my dog.
I like a
There's
film.
sorry, go on, Mike.
That was it. I like a film called The Commitments, but that's probably more of an Irish film.
Yes. The soundtrack to that's fantastic.
Yeah.
They made
There's
us watch
one-
this in school.
Wow.
Wow.
There's one directed by Paddy Considine called Tyrannosaur.
Yes, that's
Really
a very
rough
good
movie.
film.
Yes, I've seen that.
Mm.
But I only saw it relatively recently.
Yeah.
If you can hear like a funny noise, my husband is boiling the kettle.
Okay.
Nota.
My Name is Joe as well. That's a great one. Not a lot of people talk about that movie.
Haven't heard of that one
ringing a
before.
bell. What's that about?
It's about like this Scottish gangster. He's like trying to get away from the crime side of it, and he falls in love with someone, and he's trying to start a fresh life because he's finally got something good going for him. But his gangster boss is like, you're not going.
Is that really old or quite recent?
I think it's the 90s, the late 90s.
I don't think I've seen that. There's another one for the list.
Yeah, it's really good. I really like it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the one I keep telling Brian to watch and he didn't like it. Whitnell on I.
Yes, it's really good.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm still looking down this list, and there's not one movie on it that I like. It's supposed to be Time Out's top 100 British movies, and it's like, what?
Yeah.
None of the ones we've mentioned so far is on it.
There was like one from the early 2000s. I think I had like Michael Caine and Bob Hoskins. That was quite a good film. I can't remember what it was called now.
Wasn't Mona Lisa, was it?
Oh, yeah.
No, I think it was called Last Orders or something. It was like all retired. Yeah, that was quite good.
Haven't seen it. The original Wicker Man.
Yeah, great.
Definitely.
The least said about the Nicolas Cage remake, the better.
Yeah.
A bit of a guilty pleasure for me would be Death at a Funeral.
Oh yeah, I love that film.
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen that. It's ringing a bell.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Is that a recent one or an old one? Death at a Funeral.
I think it's like 2007.
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen that one.
There is an American remake which I've had to stay clear of.
Right.
Yeah.
Just stick with the British one.
Yeah. Also, like the old Hammer horror films. They're like British, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could never get into those. I'm not entirely sure why, but they just, I don't know, they never appealed to me. Tried, but...
Yeah. A really dark one called Vera Drake.
Oh,
yes, I've seen that one. That is very good.
Yeah.
Really dark film.
I watched that when I was a kid. I shouldn't have watched that, but there you go.
Christmas Day viewing.
Yep.
But you think you've seen a lot of movies until you look at one of these lists, and it's like, I haven't seen 3/4 of this list. Kez is number 4 on this list.
Kez is great.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking ending.
Don't Look Now is number 1, which I have seen.
Yeah, that's a great film.
Yeah.
Right, let's move on. We've got Neptune Goldwing 76. Hey, a little hello from France friends with all my support. Big like. Thanks ever so much.
Bonjour.
Danny says David Tennant is the best Doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely is.
He seems to fit the bill the most from someone that's never really watched it, but I've seen little bits and I like what I see when he's doing it.
Yeah, he's like definitely like the peak Doctor Who. Everything was like top form when he was there. There's rumours he could be coming back.
I've heard that to get the interest back that they've lost with the later couple of seasons, but I've heard he's coming back.
I mean, that would certainly be a big thing to get people back.
Mm.
A lot of people would be day one. They seem to be, with the new team they're getting with Russell T Davies back, they seem to be getting the whole like production team back, so it's going the right way. So hopefully.
Mm.
John says, Fearless Vampire Killers has Jack McGowan from The Exorcist, who died in 1973. Also has Sharon Tate. Roman Polanski directs. Very funny as well. The set designs are amazing.
Right.
I'll have to get that one to watch.
Dr. Impossible says, Pete, watch Blake 7. I have seen some episodes of Blake 7. That's a Jerry Anderson show, isn't it?
Is
I'm
it?
certain it is. I don't know. I'm pretty certain. I know I have seen episodes of Blake 7 ages ago. Dad's Army. Oh, yeah, because there was the old film and the new film, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Pete says, I like some things in The Watchmen, but on the whole, it focused way too much on issues like racism and didn't follow the original graphic novel very well.
Is that the series he's talking about?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
I've heard.
Yeah.
You should get Criterion releases of The Valley of the Dolls. That has Sharon Tate in as well. And My Illness mentioned it, which is pretty cool. Dr. Impossible says The Ratcatcher was a great British film and also a film called Slayground from '83.
Never heard
I've seen Ratcatcher. I think it was a Lynn Ramsey movie. She did Morven Caller as well. It's like really sort of like really depressing movies. But well made.
Soph says Kez broke me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad.
John says I might do that, Coral, although I prefer Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. McVicker is one I like.
I haven't heard of that one either.
No.
Never heard of that one.
That's the Roger Daltrey film, I think.
Oh, is it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, didn't know that. John says can't do Kez, so the ending's too much.
Yeah.
Can't believe they made us watch that in school.
Yeah, it's rough.
Danny says, have you watched Pennyworth? No, but I've heard it's pretty good.
What is that?
It's a DC superhero TV show, isn't it, about Alfred? It's like an origin story, isn't it? Like an origin series.
Hadn't heard of that.
Have you seen it, Mike?
No. Yeah, not really. Not really too bothered, to be honest.
Dr. Impossible says Ladybird, directed by Loach. Tough watch. Film is truly superb.
Yeah, it's good.
John's got the Arrow of Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. Soph said she's only watched it once. Cares. Brighton Rock. Yeah, great film. It's a good British film. Con Air.
I love it, but it's not very British.
Con Air.
I could talk for 2 hours about Nicolas Cage, but we'll get Sarah back on again, and I'll talk about Nicolas Cage for 2 hours.
Unless it's from the decade he was born.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Koroshi Ichi says, yeah, but you'll have to watch Valley of the Dolls to know what illness. I have Arrows limited edition from Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. I've not watched. I've watched it a few times, but not many years. And Cheat's got a good pick, The Long Good Friday.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
So many of these titles are ringing bells, and I can't remember.
Yeah.
Bob Hoskins. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I might not have seen that.
it's a gangster film, so probably
right, I
not.
probably haven't. I tend to avoid them.
Yeah. I'd say as well the original Craze movie with the Kemp brothers.
Yeah.
I quite like that movie.
Yeah, pretty good. DVD from Film Bloke says, "Oh no, not the bees, not the bees."
Wasn't it awful though? Dear me.
Oh, terrible. Danny says, have you seen the American Red Dwarf? It's terrible. There's an American version of it?
Didn't know it existed. Dear me.
Why?
That's terrible.
I can't believe that. That's shocking. John says, yeah, I've got the limited edition. I'll have to check the Valley out now. Dr. Impossible says The Servant with Dirk Bogarde and Sarah Miles. Watched it the other night, and the 4K is stunning from Studio Canal. Yeah, Studio Canal does some really good editions, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, you have to. It's a bit too expensive, but otherwise I'd buy it for you. Sorry. DVD and Film Bloke says, a small part of me wants to watch the Wicker Man remake. However, I heard it's dead boring when it's not being funny, much like God Monster of Indian Flats, and to a lesser degree, The Room.
You've heard right. The only reason to watch that is to laugh at it. There's no other. And I adore Nicolas Cage. Don't get me wrong. I love the guy. Even when he's bad, I like him. But that is atrocious. Funny in places though.
I feel like he's having a little bit of a renaissance at the moment. Like the last few films he's done, like that pig. Well, he was
fantastic. Wasn't
he was amazing in that film. He was the best part about that film.
It's the thing. He's got it. You know, he's an amazing actor, but he's just in so many terrible movies. I don't know what he's thinking sometimes, but I can't complain. I'll watch it regardless of how bad it is. Just watch Jiu-Jitsu if you want to see, but it's worse than the remake of Wicker Man. It's awful.
I like one of my favorite worst Nicolas Cage movies to watch is Deadfall. Like he's horrendously bad in that movie. Like
Dead what?
Deadfall.
I don't think I've seen that.
Never heard of that.
It's got an amazing cast in it. It's got like Charlie Sheen, James Coburn in it, but the production value of it is so bad. Like when you watch it, some of the sets aren't even finished. Like they're not in frame. You can see the boom mics and stuff.
Oh no!
But Nicolas Cage, the way he speaks in that movie, it looks like his voice is dubbed, and he's wearing this terrible wig throughout the whole film. And there's like bits where he's like having a tantrum, and he's like, "I'm not really sure I can really believe what I'm seeing here because it's that bad." Like it really feels like someone stitched audio together over what you're watching, and it doesn't feel really right. There's like crazy bed humping scenes in it as well when he's just like throws tantrums, and honestly, it really is worth the clips to just have a look at. It's mesmerizing. I absolutely adore it for its awfulness.
When he's bad, he's brilliant. It's in a completely different way to like when he's good, but it's my favorite kind of comedy, watching him be bad. So
honestly, Deadfall. YouTube Deadfall, Nicolas Cage. It's nuts. Yeah. But yeah, the other I love The Room as well. Like The Room's fun to laugh at. I got a lot of enjoyment.
I've had that for ages and I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah.
John says, no worries, you've given me enough. DVD and Film Bloke. Seriously, only watch a short clip of God Monster of Indian Flats from Something Weird. The rest of the film is pretty unwatchable.
Wow.
Surf says, I think you should give up trying to leave. Koroshi Ichi says, thank the Lord, was afraid you were going to block me for that. Danny says, have you seen Sliders.
Oh no, hang on. I was thinking something else. Sliders. I'm sure I've seen that.
No, never heard of it.
So is that the one at the petrol station?
Sure.
Is it the TV series he's talking about, or the movie?
Am
I don't know.
I thinking of Splinter? I think I'm thinking of Splinter. Oh.
There's a 90s TV show called Sliders. A boy genius and his comrades travel to different parallel universes trying to find their way back home. There's a 2018 movie, which looks really like like a very low budget sort of like not very well known thing. No, we haven't.
No, I've not heard of it. No.
No. Never have. Might have to get Andy some Vinegar Syndrome 18 plus Blu-rays now. You know what you get.
It's got himself a reputation now, hasn't it?
This is the thing when you talk about Caligula. It's the only thing you can compare it to.
Oh dear me.
Niall says, do you consider A Clockwork Orange a British or an American film?
I can't answer that because I have no idea.
I've never seen it, so...
Well, I've seen it.
I'd say British.
Yeah, it feels more British to me. Yeah.
It feels. I know it's funded by Warner Brothers and directed by Stanley Kubrick, who are both American, but the actors and the locations are all in Britain. It just looks like a British movie.
Danny says it'd be nice if they could bring out a complete collection of The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how big that would be?
Oh.
It needs to end first, though.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think I'd probably only want to watch the first 10 or so seasons.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
I'd be the same. Yeah.
DVD Filmbook says there were 2 American pilots for Red Dwarf, both bombed and never got made into a full series.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Why would we need an Americanization of that show? David's 47 this year. Cool. Danny says the American Red Dwarf came out when the series was a big hit, but was unsuccessful to its British versions. Dr. Impossible says, did any of you see Extra from the early 80s?
No.
Never heard of it.
I
Is
always
that a horror movie?
Yeah, I always saw the Blu-ray cover for it because I think there was like a limited edition version for it, but I don't know, it was too expensive and it didn't look it didn't look that good enough to pay all that money for it. Yeah, it looks like a very low budget sci-fi horror.
An alien creature impregnates a woman who gives birth to a man that was abducted by aliens 3 years ago. So there you are. That's what that's about.
Wow, that sounds like a fun version of Jeremy Kyle.
I've seen the cover to that loads, but I've never actually seen it.
Ichi actually has it on second sight. Wow. Gary likes Nicolas Cage in Wild at Heart.
That's a really old one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Extra is class, says John. Robert Llewellyn reprised his role as Crichton in one of the pilots.
Thought so, yeah.
I don't know if the humor would translate it though. It's it seems very British and it's humor, Red Dwarf, but
yeah, I think there was even an American version of Fawlty Towers.
Oh
yes, I think there was. Yeah,
they even tried to do that, which just has disaster written all over it for me.
Definitely.
And they did In-Betweeners as well.
The IT crowd, In-Betweeners.
Anything that's popular over here, they're going to have a go.
Yeah.
Did they try Only Fools and Horses?
Surely not.
I'm not sure.
They're all so quintessentially British, though.
Yeah.
I couldn't see the humor translating at all. It would take away from what the heart of the thing was in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've done remakes of American shows as well, because I think we had a British version of that 70s show.
Did we?
Yeah, called I think it was called Days Like These. It didn't finish the first season. Because I've watched a couple of episodes of both of them from the first seasons, and they're pretty much identical. They just change a few things around, just like different countries. But I think you can watch the episodes for it on YouTube. Right. It's really strange. Yeah.
That's cool. Dad says he loves the National Treasure films. Yeah, a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Surprised we haven't got a third one.
Can you hear my stomach rumbling?
No.
It's awful. It's so loud.
No. Gary says, I know the movie Andy is talking about is hilarious.
Yeah, Deadfall. Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says 8mm was a tough watch with Cage.
I like that movie.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. Yeah.
Danny was talking about the TV show.
Yeah.
5 seasons of Sliders. Sounds interesting. Quantum Leap for me was classic series.
That's my favourite TV show of all time. Quantum Leap.
Wow.
Love it.
I've seen a few episodes, but never really got into it. Definitely one I want to fully watch.
I was obsessed with it as a child. Absolutely obsessed. I loved it.
Danny says Picard season 2 is meant to be great. Q might be returning.
Yeah, he is returning.
Okay. Yeah.
This is my life. Have you heard of the TV series Mutant X? Yeah, I've heard about it. That's early 2000s, I think. It was on like the horror channel. It's like one of these like low budget sort of TV series. Yeah, it's all right, I suppose. Karashi Ichi says, getting late here, so I'm going to say goodbye and watch a very naughty movie. Haha, go Andy, bye-bye.
He's going to watch Caligula.
Yeah.
Niall says the Simpsons collection, it comes with a wheelbarrow to transport it on. Ciao, Coro. David says, have you watched the remake of the Porridge TV show? Yeah, they did that a few years ago, didn't they?
Oh dear, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was a one-off special. They did it for like comedy season. It was a one-off special, and then that got done into a season. But I think I only got 1 or 2 series. Didn't really last long.
Okay.
I think it was like his grandson that was inside this time for like computer fraud or something.
Oh, right. So it wasn't like playing the original characters. It was right. Okay.
No. This is my life. Danny says American Doctor Who. No.
I don't know where.
No. What's that? Oh, Dr. Impossible says Zero wasn't cheap to make and makeup effects, especially woman giving birth to alien is near to the thing with the effects that make reach for the sick bag.
I can imagine.
Sounds like it. Danny says the ending of Quantum Leap was sad.
It was.
Will you stop it? Haha, this way I can't leave to watch a naughty movie. Danny says, are you looking forward to watching the Uncharted film? I'll give it a go. I'm not excited, but I'll give it a go.
I'm curious to see how close it is.
Yeah. What about you, Andy?
I'll give it a go. I've never played the game, but I'll give the movie a go to see what it's like.
Yeah. Mike?
No, I'm not that interested, really. I'll see it at some point, but yeah.
Niall says, Bottom is my all-time favourite British comedy show.
Oh, I love it.
Classic.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah. John says have a cold shower.
He's gone. He's watching that movie already.
Mm. Gary says series 1 and 2 of Alfie and Pet are my favourite TV shows. Watch them loads of times. Always a great laugh. Yeah.
This is just all these awesome British TV shows. I love that as well.
Great show.
Blackadder.
Blackadder, love it.
Yep, that used to be the theme tune on my phone when phones only did those stupid little like silly things. I had Blackadder.
DVD from Philbrook says same here. Danny says, have you seen the original Buffy movie? No.
No.
Yes, and I actually quite like it.
Mm.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
Because that was quite a few years before the show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it has nothing at all to do with the show.
I may be more inclined to watch it then.
Yeah.
I'm
Apart
in the
from
minority of not liking Buffy.
yes, but I enjoy it. I have a good time with it. I think it's got a good cast. Yeah, it's just a fun little vampire movie from the 90s.
Cool.
Cool.
What about you, Mike? Have you seen it?
Yeah, not for a very, very long time. I remember seeing it on TV. Yeah. Yeah, I actually really enjoyed the series. I watched it for the first time last year, and yeah, I had a good time with it.
No.
Niall says Rick Mao was a genius. Totally.
Yeah.
Koroshi Ichi says, oh, fuck it. Don't want to get the projector set up now. DVD from Film Bloke says Christmas episode is brilliant. I think he's talking about Blackadder, probably.
Could be talking about Bottom.
Oh, could do, yeah.
The Sprites of Evil. Gold, frankincense, and Gur. You haven't seen it, you'll wonder what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Pete says Kathy Bates is really good in American Horror Story, and she is in several seasons, including season 5 Hotel. Definitely a series I need to watch. I've heard a lot of positive things about it.
Some of the seasons are much stronger than others. There's a couple of weak seasons in there, but there are a couple of really strong ones.
Yeah.
What's your favourite spin-off TV shows? Says Danny.
Dear me. I'm trying to think of any.
Torchwood. Wasn't Angel a spin-off of Buffy?
Yeah. It was.
I
I literally can't think of any.
I don't mind Frasier.
Oh, I love Frasier.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah, it's a
brilliant.
spin-off of Cheers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm stealing Andy's Frasier. That's a like series collection I'd like to have. The whole like, set of Frasier.
Frasier's great.
Yeah.
Can't think of any other ones. Can you, Mike?
The only one I can think of that I liked was Mork and Mindy. It's based off Happy Days, I think. Spin off Happy Days. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
And we have Lisa here saying Sprouts of Evil.
Yeah, that's me talking about Bottom.
Dr. Impossible says the comedy on TV today isn't as well written as the past.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Comments gone weird. Koshi Ichi says, besides, it would be a bit awkward with the neighbours watching in from the outside. Oh. DVD from Film Bloke says, I've actually have a trace picture of the self-portrait Richie did in the Christmas episode. It's hung in my room and it actually looks very unnerving, especially at night.
Brilliant. Fantastic.
Surf says, Rick Mel in Man Down is so funny. Yep.
Brilliant.
DVD from Film Bloke says, Christmas episodes of both Bottom and Blackadder are brilliant. Yeah. Surf says, Pete, Jason is going to send you, I think, 3 or 4 seasons of American Horror Story. Oh, thanks ever so much, Jason.
Awesome.
A DVD from Film Bloke says the novelty death warrant. Spin-off George and Mildred. Yeah, and you've got like Man About the House,
Man About the
Robin's
House.
Nest. Robin's Nest, that's it. Dr. Impossible says, I bet, Pete, you haven't seen Meatballs with Bill Murray. I've heard of it, though, but I haven't seen it now.
Yeah, I've heard of it, yeah.
Peter says, Sophie, yes, do that. Send those American Horror seasons to him. Them pesky neighbours, Coro. Father, Dear Father, quality TV from the late 70s. I've heard of it. Never seen it, though.
No.
Danny says, who is your favourite Batman actor? Thoughts on the new movie of Batman?
I don't know that I have a favourite. Probably Michael Keaton if I had to pick.
Yeah, he's mine as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Michael Keaton. Though I do think Ben Affleck isn't that bad. I think he's quite good, to be fair.
I think Robert Pattinson looks the part. Be interested to see what he does.
Yeah.
I think he'll do a really good job. I think he's going to surprise a lot of people with this film.
He is a good actor, with forgetting about Twilight. I mean, I've seen some stuff that he is excellent. He's a good actor, so there's no reason why it shouldn't be fantastic.
No.
Yeah.
It's going to be like 3 hours long, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's getting to be the way, though, now with superhero movies, isn't it?
Niall says, Andy, I watched every minute of Caligula, then the long cut, but it's okay for me. I am Danish.
Okay.
Now, what do they say about Danish people? He's given us a whole new point.
Wow.
Dr. Impossible says, used to love The Young Ones. Comedy gold with great music interludes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Good. Gary saw Bottom live at the Hammersmith Apollo.
I'm so jealous.
Cool.
Must have been awesome.
Very awesome. DVD from Film Bloke says Adam West. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Koroshiichi says, yes, it is. You're still on Santa's good list. You made me laugh.
I thought he was off watching a naughty movie. He's back. He heard someone mention Caligula. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Rick Mal was funny in The Young Ones. Yep, totally agree. John says, bet you regret saying, is there any more comments, Pete? It's like a bonfire there. Adam West TV show is great. Totally agree, Danny. Dr. Impossible says, Keaton is the man, and the 89 film will never come close to the comic book style. Yeah. Koroshiichi says, now I'm really going, I promise. Oh, I hope you enjoy your dirty movie or whatever you're watching.
Yeah, enjoy Caligula.
DVD Film Bloke says, two types of people who have had Robert Pattinson. Those who love Twilight because he slagged off Twilight, and those who hate him because he was in Twilight.
Yeah.
Koroshiichi quietly fucks off.
I can't see that.
This is my life says, I met the guy David Boreanaz from Angel many years ago. Yeah, because he went into, what was it afterwards? He went into Bones, I think.
Yes.
That's who he
yes.
did. Right. DVD from Film Bloke says, who hates Robert Pattinson? My mistake. Right. We are at the end of the comments again. And we're past 4 hours. Shall we finish now?
Yeah.
Yes. Or we might be here for 8
I'll
hours.
have to pass out.
Here he is. He's
Got
back
to
in
put
his
Caligula on to
front.
keep me awake.
Oh. Not
Started
watching
again.
Frankenhooker because I've ended up binge watching South Park instead.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Helen Mirren naked. Most of the actors had body doubles or porn actors to replace them.
Did she not? I know the actress in what's that? The Wicker Man. The shot from the back when she was like
Brett
cavorting up
Affleck.
against the door. That was a body double.
Yeah. Danny says it's been great, guys. It certainly has.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is the final good night. Wow, we've still got 16 people watching it. Like half 11, so it's really impressive. Soph says, are we chatting after the stream, guys? For a little while, maybe, yeah. And Ryan says, one day I'll make my grand return. But yeah, I think that will certainly do it for tonight. Thank you, everybody, for the 15 people who are still watching at this time of night. Definitely probably want to get to bed. But yeah, thank you ever so much, everybody, for watching. Thank you ever so much, Andy and Mike, for joining. And as always, it's been a great night. And thank you, Lisa, for coming onto the stream. It's been a lot of fun. Definitely will be asking you on again sometime in the future.
Oh, definitely. I'd love to. It's been fun. And I'll get a better camera next time.
But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. See you all again next Wednesday night where our special guest will be Horror and Hodge. Till next time, bye.
Bye.
Bye.